burning their home to the ground. Ohad, his mother Karen, and his grandparents were all kidnapped. Today is Ohad's birthday. He turns 9 years old. Instead of celebrating with his friends and family, he's a prisoner of a terrorist group. And two members of his family join me right now, Mirav and Itai Raviv. Thank you so much for being here, and I can't even imagine what's going through your head. How is the family marking Ohad's 9th birthday?
Actually, we had an idea of having a campaign of celebrating not celebrating, but mention his birthday today. So we asked via all media for everyone in Israel to hang a balloon.
That's why you have the balloon
Yeah,
for his
that's why
birthday.
I have the balloon. The balloon is red since Ohad was his uncle liked Liverpool, which is red, and his team in Israel, their color is also red. Ohad and his mother lives in Kfar Saba. They just came to visit, as you said, to visit in Nir Oz. So today all Kfar Saba, all their town was filled with balloons, and all over children flew balloons and wrote letters, and it was amazing to see that all the Israelis, and also abroad in London, we had videos from London and from San Francisco that kids try to have, to kind of celebrate his birthday.
Itai, not how a 9-year-old should be celebrating his birthday.
No, definitely not. I think kids should not be in Hamas's hands. Kids should not be inside captivity of a terror organization. We all saw what Hamas is capable of 2 weeks ago. We saw the atrocities, how they raped, murdered, burned to the ground people alive, kids with their parents. And there's almost 30 kids now in the hands of Hamas, and they should all be free now. They should all be released as soon as possible. If we talk about humanitarian aid, we talk about humanity. Kids inside of Hamas's hands is inhumane in any way possible. There's kids there who lost their...
From the age 9 months, from Nir Oz, there is a baby who is 9 months old, and we don't know if he has his formulas, if he has his diapers.
There's kids there without their parents. Their parents got murdered
in front
of them, and they were taken into Gaza by Hamas. We have to remember that Hamas is ISIS, and they're a vicious terror organization, and all kids should be released immediately.
How did you find out that this happened?
First of all, first thing in Saturday morning, there was we knew that there are missiles from Gaza. We're used to it because my aunt and uncle lived there from the early 60s. Okay, and the last 20 or 15 years, they're bombing all the time. So we got used to it, and we have the WhatsApp group of the family, and we asked them, how are you? And I didn't know that Karen, my cousin, and her son went to Nir Oz that weekend. We are good cousins, but I don't know each day what she's doing. So around 11, I text her, what's going on with your parents, since we knew that we didn't have a connection with her parents. And unfortunately, on 11 a.m., she was already in Gaza with her parents and her son. It took time to understand what's going on. At the beginning, we thought there's no electricity, there's no connection with there's no Wi-Fi, that's why they don't call us. But then, from the marvelous, nice kibbutz, they left only 150 people out of 400. So only on Saturday night, someone that I asked her, that I knew her, and I knew that her parents live in New Oz. I called her, and she said, "Listen, they're not on the survival list, and they're not on the dead list, meaning they're probably kidnapped." And then the army came and told us that they have their reason to believe that they kidnapped them.
So the government has been in touch with you, because we've talked to other families that the government wasn't in touch.
Yeah, so it took some time. At the beginning, there was a lot of chaos. Nobody knew what exactly was going on. But after a few days, we had contact from the government telling us that they know that our family is inside Gaza. At the beginning, we also thought that Ro'i, who was murdered, was also with them. But it was just due to the time it took to figure out his body. You know, Hamas, they didn't just settle for killing and murdering everyone. They also burned their bodies and just beheaded people's heads. And it was so difficult for the government and all the authorities to match the DNA that the families gave them with the bodies that they found. So, like we told you, only yesterday there was the funeral of Ro'i, who was murdered more than 2 weeks ago.
And there are more than 200 bodies that are not recognized yet because of the conditions of the body. Ro'i, my cousin's house, is burned. I can show you the film. Someone came there and took the video. It's burned. You see nothing.
What do you want to say to the people who have your family right now? If they're watching right now, what would you say to them?
Let them go. They're innocent. They're innocent civilians.
And what would you say to the leaders of Turkey or Qatar or Egypt?
If you actually care about people, and you want to seem humane, and you want to connect with the West, and present yourself as liberal and loving mankind, you should do everything to release all civilians.
Listen, we and all the kibbutzes next to the Gaza border are peace lover. You know, my uncle lived there for more than 60 years. He used, with his friends, he used to take people and kids from Gaza to healthcare in Israeli hospitals, because they didn't have good hospital in Israel. We had lots of programs. The kibbutz made a lot of peace programs. They had things with kids, exchange kids, talking with kids, explaining kids what peace is, trying to be good neighbors. And you know, the Hamas, instead of taking the money that the Qatar gives them to educate the people, to build big hospitals, to build university or places to work, they use it with weapon against us. And what else we discovered? That we gave people to come to work in Israel, since we wanted them to have money and we wanted them to have salary. And instead of that, you know, they had maps of all the kibbutzes. They had maps, each family, where do they live. You know, in Nir Oz, the first couple who were shot, that they just went jogging on Saturday morning, they called the ambulance driver, and they called him on the phone, and they told him someone shot us. So the ambulance driver went out of his house, and he saw that the ambulance was on fire. So everything was planned.
Yeah, they knew
They
it.
have a factory in Nir Oz. It's all burned.
Yep.
They just did it, you know, to destroy everything in the kibbutz. It's like the Holocaust. Believe me, I know stories. I live here for 60 years in Israel. I heard a lot of evidence from survivors from the Holocaust. Same stories.
Intricately planned and strategized absolutely. Itai and Maraf, thank you so much for being here. I hope
Thank you.
we can come back next year and celebrate the 10th birthday. Celebrate the 10th birthday. New information just coming in on those two hostages were released this evening by Hamas. What we're learning about how they were taken and some of their family members that Israel says are still being held. Stay with us.
There's it from the same.
Only United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans come with the U-Card. One simple member card that opens doors where it matters for you.
What if we need to see a doctor away from home?
U-Card gets you in with Medicare Advantage's largest national provider network.
How about using it at the pharmacy?
Yes, your U-Card is all you need.
That's easy.
Can it help keep my smile looking good?
Yep, use your U-Card at the dentist. Say cheese. Get access to what matters with the U-Card, only from United Healthcare.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can do the exploring. You can do the splashing, the sightseeing, and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind, and Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence may cause serious side effects which may lead to death. These include serious infections with fever, chills, or flu-like symptoms, and bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners. Decreased blood counts are common and can be severe. New cancers have happened, including skin cancers. Heart rhythm problems with fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath have happened. Tell your doctor if you have bleeding, heart rhythm, or liver problems, infection, or if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
Hi, I'm Jason. I've lost 228 pounds on Golo. Changing your habits is the only way that gets you to lose the weight. And Golo is the plan that's going to help you do that. Just take the first step. Go to Golo.com.
Detect this. Living with HIV, I learned that I can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why I switched to Dovato.
Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some adults.
No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato.
Detect this. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2.
If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking dofetilide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety.
Detect this. I stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about switching to Dovato.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Scream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boo.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
If addiction is making you feel lost and alone, here is real help. The John Volkin Academy is recognized as one of the best addiction treatment programs in North America because their long-term holistic approach to recovery goes far beyond initial drug and alcohol treatment. Program participants also progress physically, mentally, socially, and spiritually. It all assures lifelong sobriety. If you've been disappointed with treatment before, come and experience real recovery. The John Volkin Academy. We change lives. Learn more at Volkin.org.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
Welcome back to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper, live in Tel Aviv, and we are getting some new information about the two hostages that were just released by Hamas earlier this evening. The Israeli Prime Minister's office says that 79-year-old Nurit Cooper and 85-year-old Yochi Lifshitz are headed down to a medical center in Israel where they will be reunited with family. Israeli officials say that their husbands who were kidnapped are still being held by Hamas. CNN's Matthew Chance is with me here in Tel Aviv. Matthew, we know that Hamas did not release these two old ladies, these two elderly ladies, for humanitarian reasons. They don't do anything for humanitarian reasons. So why did they do it?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say, isn't it? But we can say that Hamas have been releasing. This is the second group of two hostages they've released. The last group were on Friday.
The last two were Americans. That seems significant.
Yeah. But they're doing it sort of almost on the eve of when expectations rise for that land offensive that we're all expecting. So it's almost as if they're sort of showing the Israelis, or sort of telling the Israelis, don't go in right now. There are more hostages that could come out, and sort of
or signaling even to the Americans, kind of, right? Like, oh, look, here's some.
Yeah, and look, as a strategy, maybe it's working because we now know that the US has been putting pressure on Israel, asking them to delay this military offensive to allow for humanitarian aid to go in, but also to allow for this process of hostage negotiations, which is taking place between the United States and Qatar, who are in touch directly with Hamas, to actually yield results. And you know what? It is yielding some results in the sense that these two people came out today. Two people came out on Friday, and yes, it's a slow process, and may drag on for weeks and weeks and weeks. But these people are coming out alive. If the Israeli army go in, with all those hostages, more than 200 of them not released, their fate is very, very uncertain indeed, to say the least.
So we're also seeing this increase in crossfire in the north, near the Israel-Lebanon border, and you've been reporting from the area. It's not just Hamas that Israel is fighting, quite obviously, especially with fighting in the north.
No, it's Hamas, it's other Palestinian militant groups in southern Lebanon, but of course it's mainly Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia that controls most of the territory, all of the territory in southern Lebanon. There's been sort of a daily ramping up of anti-tank missiles fired to Israeli positions the other side of the border. When I was there were a couple of infiltrations of Hezbollah fighters inside Israel. One of them actually got into Israel and they had to hunt him down for half a day. So incredibly frightening given what happened a couple of weeks ago, obviously. I mean, look, what the Israelis say is that they will not strike hard into Lebanon unless this really escalates beyond where we are now. And they say we're not at that point yet. But a lot of the civilians you talk to up there in northern Israel say they're not going to go back to their homes. Remember, they've all been evacuated. Tens of thousands of people. They're not going to go back while the Hezbollah threat is still live just across the border. And behind the scenes, Israeli officials are telling me that they will no longer tolerate the status quo on that northern border, with Hezbollah fighters literally just over the fence threatening Israelis. They don't know what they're going to do yet, but the status quo, they're saying, will not be allowed to last.
Captain Chance, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A man's plea to the Biden administration after an Israeli airstrike hit his family home in Gaza. We're back in a moment.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
When you have auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. My customer really relies on his car's advanced safety system.
You right? Can I slow down?
So when he got a cracked windshield, he turned to SafeLight. We're the experts at replacing glass and recalibrating your vehicle's camera so automatic emergency braking and lane departure warning work properly.
Can get the 217 votes
that they would need on the House floor to be elected. But they are hoping to convince their colleagues that it's finally time to put this ugly episode behind them. This leadership crisis that has left the House completely paralyzed, unable to act on any legislation pressing national and international issues. The House can't do anything in the aftermath of the ouster of Speaker McCarthy, and also any these two candidates who were trying to replace him, whose nominations were sunk amid opposition. Jake, tonight there'll be a candidate forum where these members will make their pitch to the conference, and then tomorrow morning will be a leadership election where they'll nominate their candidate. But the nomination doesn't mean that they're going to get the 217 votes to be elected speaker. So that is going to be the big test for whoever wins the nomination, Jake.
And Manu, several of the candidates said they spoke to former President Trump. What is Trump's involvement in all of this chaos?
Yeah, they did. In fact, Trump has called up some of these members individually to talk to them about the race. But in talking to some of these Republican candidates, they're saying that the former president is indicating that he plans to stay out of the race. And former President Trump has spoken to some of the candidates who are running. Have you spoken to him since you announced?
I have.
What was that conversation like?
Well, he just wanted to know what was going on in the race. Obviously, 9 people getting in the race. He knew some of us at different degrees and levels. So I think when you look at this now, he's going to let this play out. It's going to happen pretty quickly tomorrow, so we'll see where it goes.
He called me, and we had a polite conversation. And I believe that the president is interested in having somebody he can work with, and I think I'm one of those people.
Did he say he'd support you?
I did not ask for that. He and I wanted to have a clear understanding about why I'm running and what I intend to do.
And he also had a conversation over the weekend with GOP whip Tom Emmer, one of the candidates in the race, and Trump himself, while he was in New Hampshire today, suggested he potentially could not try to tip the scales in this race. He did back, of course, Jim Jordan previously to be Speaker of the House, and of course Jim Jordan did not get the votes to be elected Speaker, Jay.
Yeah, big question about Trump's juice. Manu Raju, thanks so much. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. The Medicare annual enrollment period is now. Do you know if your Medicare plan benefits are changing next year? Will your costs go up? Are your doctors still covered? Get answers in 3 steps. 1, call the toll-free number below by December 7th to speak to a licensed insurance agent. 2, review your coverage for any changes to your Medicare plan for next year. 3, learn if a Medicare Advantage plan that may offer additional benefits is available in your area.
I call every year to see what plans are available in my area.
I call every year to make sure my doctors are still covered under my plan.
They work with multiple insurance companies across the nation, so you'll have choices from a variety of plans. The Medicare annual enrollment period has a deadline. Millions have called. You should too.
Call to speak to a licensed insurance agent. Call 1-800-697-6200. Call now.
They get it. They know how it works. And more importantly, it works for them.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore. I don't have to worry about a mortgage payment every month.
It allowed me to live in my home and not have to pay payments.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, you can access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 800-719-5127.
It was the best thing I've ever done. And
Really?
yes, without a doubt.
Just like these folks, AAG can show you how a reverse mortgage loan uses your built-up home equity to give you tax-free cash.
It's a good thing.
Why don't you get the facts like these folks did?
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. Call 800-719-5127. 800-719-5127.
My active psoriatic arthritis can make me feel like I'm losing my rhythm.
With Sky Rizzy to treat my skin and joints, I'm getting into my groove. Along with significantly clearer skin, Sky Rizzy helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And it's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Sky Rizzy attaches to and reduces a source of excess inflammation that can lead to skin and joint symptoms. With Sky Rizzy, 90% clearer skin and less joint pain are possible.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to Sky Rizzy, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Now's the time to ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Back in the United States, Detroit police say that they have identified persons of interest, but not a suspect yet in the murder of a president of the board of a synagogue. Samantha Wohl was found dead with multiple stab wounds outside her home early Saturday morning after returning home from a wedding Friday night. Police say they do not believe the murder was motivated by anti-Semitism. They also believe the suspect acted alone and the community is not at risk. Here in the Middle East, as the casualties of war continue to compound, many of you watching, I know, feel compelled to try to help with humanitarian relief efforts for the innocent victims here in Israel and also in Gaza. You can head to CNN.com/impact. CNN has a list of vetted organizations on the ground responding. That's CNN.com/impact. Our coverage continues down with Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. I will see you tomorrow, again, live from Tel Aviv.
Happening now, breaking news. New video of 2 Israeli hostages just released by Hamas. Stand by for the latest on their condition, as more than 200 other civilians remain in captivity and in danger right now. Also tonight, new scenes of far-reaching destruction in Gaza. Israel ramping up its air war against Hamas, as sources say the U.S. is urging the Israelis to hold off on a ground invasion so more hostages can get out and more desperately needed aid can get in. And here in Washington, House Republicans are about to meet behind closed doors to hear from 9 members now vying to be the next speaker. GOP lawmakers back to square one as the speaker fight drags on and the House enters a 3rd week of paralysis. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And let's get right to the breaking news on the release of 2 Israeli hostages and how it figures into this war against Hamas. CNN journalists are working the story in the region as well as here in Washington. First, let's go to CNN's Erin Burnett. She's joining us live from Tel Aviv right now. Erin, what are we learning about these freed hostages?
Well, Wolf, we know that there are 2 more hostages freed tonight, and that is something, of course, for those families to celebrate, and that hopefully gives other hostages hope, although, of course, there's so much despair for them tonight. Nurit Cooper, 79 years old. She is a teacher. She has been released along with Yochi Lifshitz, who is 85 years old, a photographer, and actually she was one of the founders of the kibbutz where both women were abducted from, that is near Oz along the Gaza border. Both of their husbands are still held hostage. I can tell you the latest we have right now, though, is that in ambulances, our CNN teams are reporting, we're seen arriving from Rafah, from Gaza, from the Rafah crossing into Egypt soon after this hostage release had been negotiated. And obviously there's speculation that perhaps these two women could be inside them. They're being taken to medical facilities to be evaluated, and their families will be waiting for them there. The Israeli government, interestingly, Wolf, is specifically thanking the Red Cross for this, as well as Egypt. Egypt is the main facilitator. You will remember for the American hostages on Friday, that the facilitator was Qatar. But in this case, thanking Egypt and the Red Cross, and also specifically, interesting, Wolf, thanking the IDF and Israeli security forces as well, which is something just to take into consideration, the implication, obviously, that there is a direct Israeli involvement in these negotiations.
Interesting. Aaron, despite the release of these two hostages, Israel, as all of us know, has been focused in on preparing for a pretty significant ground invasion, right?
Yes, so the other statement out of Prime Minister Netanyahu's team today, our only consideration is the security of the state of Israel. Really, these are just the only aircraft we see here in Wolf now tend to be military helicopters. That's what you're hearing right now. But obviously, you did have the defense minister of Israel today making comments to troops, going to visit them, because obviously they've been ready to go, expecting to get that green light to actually go, and then there's been delay after delay. Again, saying that there would be an assault in the air, ground, and sea, and it will come soon. Do your work, get ready, we will need you. And of course, this comes as Israel today stepped up their assault on Gaza, more than 300 strikes over last night. Strikes continue now. They say they've killed the Hamas commander of the rocket launching unit, as well as 5 Hamas aerial array commanders, they call them. They say some of those were directly involved in the attacks of October 7th. They say they've killed 5 of those Hamas-level commanders since this war began 17 days ago, Wolf.
Aaron Burnett reporting for us, and of course we'll get a lot more reporting from Aaron later tonight on Out Front. That starts right at the top of the next hour. This new hostage release comes as sources tell CNN the U.S. has been urging Israel to delay a potential ground invasion of Gaza, in part to allow more time for efforts to free Americans and other captives. CNN's Alex Marquardt is looking into this part of the story for us, and you've done some significant reporting, Alex. How does this hostage release influence the administration's thinking right now?
Well, it certainly reinforces their thinking and encourages the fact that they have been pushing for this delay, and the thinking that more time before Israel's ground invasion into Gaza could allow for not just more hostages to come out, but more aid to go in, which is what we've seen over the course of the past few days. And Wolf, that attitude by the administration is being reinforced. We're told by a U.S. official, to our colleague MJ Lee, that the Israeli military has told the Biden administration that there are still American hostages who are alive among those 200 plus hostages still in Gaza. So that is certainly an encouragement for the Biden administration. Meanwhile, Wolf, we have been told that as a result of this hope that more hostages can get released, that the U.S. has been encouraging Israel to not go in. Israel, however, says that they are ready to go, and the U.S. doesn't want to be seen as as telling Israel what to do. So there are big questions now about what happens next. Hamas is certainly being pressed to release bigger groups of hostages, but even if Israel delays, they are certainly not going to wait forever. So this invasion could be coming very soon, Wolf.
What happens when these hostages are released, Alex, and what sort of information potentially could they provide?
Well, they could provide all kinds of intelligence about the conditions that they were living under in Gaza. So we understand that the Ghanans, Judith and Natalie Ghanan, who were released on Friday, that they are still in Israel, and that they will be speaking with U.S. officials who will be asking them all kinds of questions about their time in custody, their treatment, where they were. We can imagine that the Israeli officials will be asking them the same things, as well as to these two ladies these two women who have just been released today. That is certainly going to inform what Israel knows about how Hamas is keeping these hostages. And of course, as they prepare for this ground invasion, that intelligence could prove to be absolutely critical, because we understand that these hostages are spread out all across the Gaza Strip, being kept underground in tunnels and in bunkers. And certainly the Israelis and the Americans want to know as much as they can before this ground invasion is launched. Wolf.
Good point, Alex Marquardt. Thank you very much. Now to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Some more aid trucks made it through the Rafah border crossing from Egypt into Gaza today, even as Israel has been ramping up its air war against Hamas. CNN's Clarissa Ward is joining us live from Cairo right now. Clarissa, people in Gaza are waiting for aid to trickle in as bombs fall and conditions grow more dire. Update our viewers.
That's right, Wolf. I mean, the situation was critical. Now the word you use is exactly apt. It is dire. Today we saw another convoy of just over 30 trucks going in. That brings the total to just over 60 trucks in the last 3 days. But to give some perspective to our viewers, in a normal 16-day period, there would have been 7,000, more than 7,000 trucks of aid that would have gone into Gaza. And that's in a normal 16-day period, which doesn't take into account, of course, the punishing bombardment. You heard from Aaron earlier, more than 300 strikes yesterday. Some Hamas commanders were killed in those strikes, but also hundreds of civilians, Wolf. And the images that we're seeing coming out of Gaza hospitals are just horrendous at the moment. One of the most crucial things that they need desperately, of course, is fuel. Israel has cut off the electricity in Gaza. Therefore, all these hospitals are reliant on generators, and generators at the moment are powered by fuel. But fuel can't get into Gaza for the moment because this is one of the real sticking points in all these efforts and all these diplomatic talks to try to facilitate the continued flow of humanitarian aid. Fuel is the tough one. The Israelis are concerned that Hamas will end up taking the fuel and using it. They don't want to see that happen. But without fuel, it's not just even about generators, it's about desalination. We spoke to a doctor who talked about people drinking brackish water at the moment. That's leading to a huge uptick in preeclampsia in pregnant women in Gaza. And so you're having all kinds of knock-on effects and still no sign, really, that there is going to be a continuous, sustained humanitarian corridor and that, crucially, fuel will be able to get into Gaza anytime soon, Wolf.
Clarissa, I know you had a chance to speak to a doctor at the largest hospital in Gaza City about how desperate the situation is there on the ground. Tell us about that.
That's right, Wolf. So we spoke to Dr. Marwan Abu Sada. He is the chief surgeon at the Al-Shifa hospital. That's in northern Gaza. They have been told repeatedly to evacuate. He told us that they have 5,000 patients at the moment, 700 beds and 5,000 patients. They also have thousands of displaced people living in and around the hospital premises. He says that to evacuate is simply not an option for these people. Many of them are severely wounded or they can't move. And he talked again about the crucial importance of getting that fuel. He said there are just 2 days left before they will run out of fuel entirely, and there will be really catastrophic consequences. Take a listen. If you do run out of fuel in 2 days, what will you do? I mean, what can you do?
I think the international community will be part of the process of killing of our people. If they don't act on Israel to allow to get this fuel into enter Gaza, what to do for the people who are in the ICU and mechanical ventilator? What about the neonates, the small babies? We have more than 130 in our neonatal ICU units. What to do with them? They will, okay, I think we are allowing them to die in peace. This is the issue if we don't have a fuel to run our generators in the hospital.
So you heard that there, Wolf. He says that he has more than 130 babies in the neonatal unit. They are all dependent on these ventilators, incubators that will only be powered if they get fuel. We've spoken to Egyptian government sources who say this is a source of real frustration that they can't seem to come up with some mechanism for some form of agreement on this issue, Wolf.
All right, Clarissa Ward reporting from Cairo, Egypt. Thank you very much. Joining us now from Tel Aviv, the Israel Defense Forces spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Lieutenant Colonel, thanks so much for joining us. First, let me get to this very sensitive issue. What can you tell us about the condition of these 2 Israeli hostages who were released today by Hamas?
Hi, thank you for having me again. The condition is that they are now being examined by doctors, by Israeli doctors. I still do not know the exact condition. I have heard unconfirmed reports about the medical state of one of them, but still unconfirmed and unofficial. And as soon as we will have more information about the state of these two elderly Israeli women that were taken and now released, we will update.
Yeah, Yocheved Lifshitz, 85 years old, and Nurit Cooper, 79 years old. There you see pictures of them. CNN has learned, Lieutenant Colonel, that U.S. officials are urging Israel to delay its ground invasion of Gaza to try to release more hostages and facilitate more aid to come into southern Gaza from Egypt. How much is Israel weighing that advice based on what you know?
I will answer that, Wolf. I just want to say something about the story that was aired before from Cairo. You know, there is fuel in Gaza. Hamas has fuel. Hamas has quite a lot of fuel, about 1,000 liters, if not more than that. And they can decide where to use that fuel. And I find it strikingly absent from the discussion, from many discussions, what is Hamas doing with the resources that it has. It's only about Israel and Egypt and UN and international organizations. What about Hamas? Why aren't the questions posed to Hamas? Why don't you use some of the fuel that you have stockpiled and hoarded in advance of this situation and use it for the civilians?
So what you're saying is that what you're saying, if I understand what you're saying, Lieutenant Colonel, you're saying Hamas has fuel, but they're not making it available to the hospitals. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And they are using these poor civilians, which are not our enemy and not our target. They're using them cynically just in order to milk every drop of international pity and legitimacy for their horrific activities. And they're using their own civilians to do it. Hamas has fuel, and Hamas should use the fuel not to fight against Israel, but really to care about the civilians that they are responsible for.
An important point indeed. Let's get back to this other very sensitive issue. As you know, multiple sources have told CNN that U.S. officials have asked Israel to delay its ground invasion, especially after they were told more American hostages are alive. No U.S. official is denying our reporting. Is Israel considering delaying its ground operation of Gaza?
So what I can say is that the level of the coordination is intimate, minute by minute. We share intelligence, we share assessments, we share the location and position of our troops, the capabilities, assessment of the enemy, and we look at this war that has been forced upon us both through a local lens and then of course a regional and international lens. I am not concerned by a day or two of delaying operations because we use that in order to prepare ourselves even better. As we speak now, the ground forces are ready and prepared, and once they will be ordered by the cabinet to do so, they will launch ahead and bring the fight to Hamas and start hunting Hamas in the tunnels.
Are you at all concerned, Lieutenant Colonel, that as more hostages are being released and the situation in Gaza deteriorates, the public image of Israel could deteriorate if it goes into Gaza with a large number of troops on the ground?
I am concerned by the fact that many people, organizations, officials, etc., or somehow maybe have a short-term memory and forget how this started. On the first day of the war, a few hours after the massacre of October 7th became apparent, I tweeted before I even got back into uniform, remember how this started. And I say that again today. Remember how it started. It didn't start with Israel launching an attack. It didn't start with us butchering civilians. It started with them doing that. And yes, there is a risk of the news cycle being hijacked by images out of Gaza, and sad, I admit there are sad stories coming out of Gaza, but they are not Israel's making. They are the making of Hamas. And we will fight on the ground, we will fight in the air, and we will fight in the realm of media and information to see it, that truth gets out, and that people who, for some reason, do not want to see reality as we see it from here will be reminded of how they started and what we are trying to do. We are not fighting the civilians. We're not targeting them. We are targeting Hamas, and it is them that we are going to defeat.
One hospital in Gaza now says they're consuming 9,000 liters a day, so clearly more fuel is desperately needed. I just wanted to point that out. Do you want to react to that, Lieutenant Colonel?
I agree that more fuel is needed. First and foremost, everybody in the north should evacuate. That's the first order, and it should have been done long ago, and there's been ample time, more than a week and 3 days since we issued the first warning urging civilians to go south. So people who care about it should have facilitated it with ambulances and whatever equipment available, and should have gotten it done by now. And second thing, yes, reprioritize your assets, Hamas. You have fuel, give it to the civilians, and don't hoard it in order to run your HQs underground and facilitate rocket launch to Israel and care for the families only of select Hamas officials. Provide for the Palestinians in Gaza.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Just ahead, another live report from the region on this new hostage release as fears of a wider Middle East war are escalating. And up next, I'll ask the key White House official John Kirby about the Hamas strategy on hostages and whether it's helping to delay an Israeli ground invasion against Hamas in Gaza.
If you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan that's smart now
I'm 65.
and really smart later,
I'm 70-ish.
consider an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare. With this type of plan, you'll know up front about how much your care costs, which makes planning your financial future easier. So call United Healthcare today to learn more about the only plans of their kind with the AARP name, and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
With your hearing, if you start having a little trouble, you're concerned that it's going to cost you money. To this day, I only paid what I had to pay for the device. When I go back, everything is covered. There's so much you're missing by not having hearing aids.
We'll find you a hearing aid that fits your lifestyle and budget. Unlock your risk-free trial during our limited-time Sounds of Autumn event. Call 1-800-MIRACLE to book your appointment today.
When you have chronic kidney disease, there are places you'd like to be. Like here. And here. Not so much here. Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare, life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
When you have chronic kidney disease, it's time to ask your doctor for Farxiga, because there are places you want to be.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Mara, are you sure you don't want to go bowling with us tonight?
Yeah, no.
There's my little marzipan! Oh, my daughter gives the best hugs.
We're just passing through on our way to the Jazz Jamboree. And we wanted to thank America's #1 motorcycle insurer for saving us money.
Mara, your parents are exactly like me. I know, right?
Well, cherish your friends and loved ones.
Roll, Daddy-O!
Let's boogie woogie.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
We're back with the breaking news on the 2 Israeli hostages just released today by Hamas. They're reportedly in stable condition after arriving in Egypt. Let's get some more on all of these developments. Joining us now is John Kirby, the National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications. John, thanks so much for joining us. Why do you think Hamas is again releasing, this time just 2 more of these 200-plus hostages they currently have? What do they hope or expect to get in exchange?
It's difficult to know, really, what the motivation on their side is to do this now in piecemeal fashion. You had 2 on Friday and now 2 today. Obviously, we're glad that 2 more people are safe and going to be back with their families soon. That's really important. But I can't get inside their head what they're thinking. As you heard President Biden say as recently as today, they just need to release all of them. There's no reason to be holding anybody. They should release them all. And short of that, we're going to keep working with our partners in the region to try to get the rest of them out, particularly those handful of Americans that we know they're still holding.
CNN has learned that the U.S. has intelligence right now that Iranian-backed militia groups are planning to further ramp up attacks against American forces in the Middle East. What is the Biden administration prepared to do to combat this?
Well, without speaking to specific intelligence, this is something we've been watching very, very closely. In fact, today we were very clear publicly that we know Iran's backing these groups. We know that they're giving them the means, the resources, training, the encouragement, and direct contacts with the IRGC, the Quds Forces at Will, Revolutionary Guard, to conduct these attacks on our troops. We will do what we have to do to protect our forces and our facilities in the region. That will continue, and we've sent a strong signal to Iran through the additional military capabilities that we're putting in the region. We have national security interests writ large across that region, and we're going to protect and defend them as well.
So is a U.S. war against Iran possible?
I think what we want to see more than anything, Wolf, is no widening of this conflict, no deepening of it. And we continue to send a strong message to actors in the region, including Iran, that if you're thinking about jumping in here, you're thinking about deepening and widening and escalating, don't do it. We will take our national security interests very, very seriously in the region, and we've added to the military capabilities to make sure that we can do that.
I want to play something that President Biden said earlier today about the war that's ongoing between Israel and Hamas. And I want to play it for you and for our viewers. Listen to this.
Why did you suggest that we should have a ceasefire? Not a ceasefire, we should have no hostages released, and then we can talk.
What did the president mean by saying, and then we can talk? Is a ceasefire, John, on the table if Hamas releases all of the hostages?
I thought the message was pretty clear to Hamas: release all the hostages. That needs to be the first move here. They got to release all the hostages. We're not talking about a ceasefire right now. In fact, we don't believe that this is the time for a ceasefire. Israel has a right to defend themselves. They still have work to do to go after Hamas leadership. We're going to keep supporting them. We're giving them more security assistance. Your previous guest talked about sort of their operational picture. I'll let them speak for that. But our focus is on making sure that they have what they need to carry on this fight.
John Kirby at the White House, thank you very much for that update.
Yes, sir.
And coming up, we'll go back to Jerusalem for a live update on the 2 hostages who were just released by Hamas. And you'll also hear directly from a Palestinian American who's trapped in Gaza right now with his family. Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
My little family is me, Aria, and Jade. Just the 3 of us girls. Here, this way. I never thought twice about feeding her kibble, but about 2 years ago, I realized she was overweight. She was always out of breath. That's when I decided to introduce the farmer's dog to her diet. It's just so fresh that she literally gets bubbles in her mouth. Now she's a lot more active. She's able to join us on our adventures, and we're all able to do things as a family.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
Life after student debt is within reach. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com. At SimpliSafe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you can see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. Now install our advanced system your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Experience the art of high-pressure brewed coffee with the Bluff barista system. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors that satisfy your senses like never before. Inspired by French artistry and elevated by high pressure, it's a dramatically different coffee experience, complete with a kiss of velvet smooth crema. The L'Or Barista Coffee and Espresso System, now brewing Pete's Coffee.
Join me on my perfect feel-good vacation adventure in Penticton, BC. Well, that might leave a mark. And I did it all fuel-free. Almost. Wow, this is gorgeous.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN.
Two newly freed Israeli hostages are heading toward reunions with some of their loved ones after they're released by Hamas within the past few hours. But their husbands remain captive still in Gaza tonight. CNN's Sarah Seidner is in Jerusalem with more details. Sarah, what are we learning about these two women and their release?
These two ladies are from the Nir Oz kibbutz. They were finally released 16 days after Hamas snatched them away from their home. Their names are Nirit Cooper and Yoshevet Lifshitz. They were released and they were handed over, by the way, to the Red Cross at the Rafah border, that crossing between Gaza and Egypt, and they are expected to be brought back to Israel, according to the family of Mrs. Lifshitz, who says that they are so happy to hear that their mother has been returned, but their whole bodies are focused on all of the other hostages who are stuck there in Gaza. According to the Nir Oz kibbutz, a huge number of people from that kibbutz were either kidnapped, killed, or are still missing. They say that Lifshitz was one of the founders of the kibbutz. She worked as a photographer, and she was a teacher, and she's been a peace and human rights activist throughout her entire life. Cooper, for her part, moved to the Nir Oz kibbutz in its very early years, and she has been a teacher for early childhood education. We are seeing these women in this situation where their husbands are still stuck there as hostages. It has to be a terrifying moment for them, but they are released. That makes 4 of the 222 people that Israel said was captured, kidnapped, and is now a hostage in Gaza at this point in time, Wolf.
Oh, so pleased that Yocheved Lifshitz and Nuri Cooper are now freed from being hostages. Sarah, thank you very much for that report. The Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza, controlled by Hamas, says hundreds of people were killed after intensified Israeli airstrikes across Gaza overnight, including 182 children. Residents say there is no safe place from Israeli bombardment inside Gaza, including the compound of one of the oldest churches in the world. CNN's Jemana Karacha has the story for us. We want to warn our viewers, there is graphic video in her report.
This is a war on Hamas, Israel says, but it is the people of Gaza who are paying the heaviest price. No place safe, no place spared Israel's wrath. Danger looms around every corner of this besieged land. Every day, every minute spent in fear of when death may strike. Many now write their children's names on their legs, so if they're killed, their little ones are not just a number. Israel says it doesn't target civilians. It's Hamas, they say, that's using them as human shields. They try to avoid civilian casualties, they say, but the numbers and pictures tell a different story in a place where it is the innocent who are the majority. Hospitals, schools, mosques have been bombed. And on Friday, Gazans absorbing another horror, one that hit their tiny Christian community. An airstrike on a building at the compound of the San Porphyrius Orthodox Church, one of the oldest churches in the world, where hundreds had sought refuge from the relentless bombardment. But this was no sanctuary, a scene of chaos at this house of worship. With no power, they used their phones to light up the rubble and dig bodies and survivors out of the carnage. Daylight brought the painful scenes of those searching through shrouded bodies for their loved ones, the inconsolable grief of those who found them, the gut-wrenching grief of a father mourning his children, and a grandmother her little George.
With no prior warning, they bombed civilians in the church. They killed my 3 children. They killed my cousins. My whole cousin's family was wiped.
The Israeli military said the airstrike was targeting a Hamas command and control center nearby. They said this was not the intention, what they call collateral damage. 17 Christians, entire families, including infants, perished in this strike. 26-year-old Viola was killed along with her husband and baby girl. Her sister Yara, her husband and children also gone.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We are here 2,000 years and we are not going to live. We'll stay here. We'll continue our life as all the population in Gaza Strip.
So much grief, so much anger at the silence over their suffering and those who won't stop the bloodshed.
This is a message to the world, and specifically this message is to Biden, the President of the United States. He should know that the Christian Arabs, Christian community in Gaza are being targeted. No one is safe here in Gaza. Everyone in danger.
Shell-shocked survivors, both Christians and Muslims, sat around the church this weekend. There's seemingly nowhere left to run.
And Wolf, more than 2 weeks since the start of Israel's military operation in Gaza, the airstrikes appear to be intensifying, according to residents, and the death toll is continuing to rise by the day. According to the Palestinian Health Ministry, more than 5,000 people have been killed so far. They say the majority of them are women and children. More than 2,000 children killed in a war that is only just beginning. People are terrified. They are trapped in Gaza, and they are bracing themselves for what is yet to come, Wolf.
So heartbreaking indeed, Jemana Karacha. Thank you very much for that report. For more on the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza right now, I'm joined on the phone by Aboud Okal. He, his wife, and their one-year-old son are American citizens from Massachusetts who were visiting relatives in Gaza. They have tried unsuccessfully so far to get to Egypt through that Rafah border crossing, which remains closed for evacuations. Aboud, thanks once again for joining me. As you know, southern Gaza, where you are right now, just faced one of the deadliest and most intense days of bombardment since this war began. How did that affect you and your family? Is there anywhere at all where you believe you could be safe?
Yeah, thanks, Walls. No, we don't think there's any place that could be considered safe, quite honestly. We left northern Gaza Strip specifically looking for safety following the IDF instructions. And since we've been saying something that they've been lost very close to the Egyptian border in anticipation that we would be evacuated by the State Department. We've only seen the airstrikes increasing both in intensity and frequency over the last couple of days, and specifically last night and tonight. There was an airstrike just a few moments ago before we got on air that was pretty loud close by, and it's become the normal here, and we constantly smell basically gunpowder, debris, black debris and black powder. We see that every morning when we wake up on our phones, on the floors, and we certainly concoct it out in the morning, and that has had an impact on us directly. My son has been increasingly becoming more attached to us. He wakes up having nightmares at night, and one of us, either Rafa or myself, has to be with him constantly, day or night. Otherwise, he would panic, basically, and we think that's directly related to the fact that he's been shaken awake from sleep multiple times because of close by airstrikes.
When you and I spoke the other day, you told me your son has been struggling. You have been struggling to find some milk for your one-year-old little boy. How's that coming along now?
Unfortunately, not improving. Today, we opened up the last box of milk for him. I was on a supply run yesterday. My brother and I tried to kind of look for different types of supplies. We don't have power, so we tried to look for non-perishable items, and his milk is nowhere to be found in the stores. We tried at least 6 or 7 different stores. On the last box, we've been at this day. It's been longer than we expected for the state to get us out of Gaza. We've been trying to wean him off milk the last few days, just in preparation for this day. With the airstrikes nearby and the stressful situations that the entire family in, we've been unsuccessful at weaning him off milk. That is his comfort zone too. That is his comfort zone. We don't know what we're going to do tomorrow. When we wake up and we run out of that last box, other than try to attempt to find more in some of the nearby stores. Otherwise, we'll have to deal with it. And there's been also other struggles with drinking water as well, both for him as well as for the units that we're sheltering with.
Well, good luck to you and your family, Aboud. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Will.
All right, just ahead, we'll go live to Capitol Hill, where 9 House Republicans are making the case tonight to be the next Speaker of the House. Will the closed-door meeting lead to any consensus after weeks of infighting?
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
This is your season to smile with new dentures from Aspen Dental. To gather together and discover the moments that matter. To jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental denture team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Don't miss enjoying a moment with fast repairs in our on-site labs and 20% off your custom dentures. Plus, we have a denture money-back guarantee, so you can smile with confidence. Aspen Dental. Book today.
At the Salvation Army, a shelter isn't just a place to rest. It's a chance to shed layers, let loose, and finally let it go. With your gift, a warm bed is just the beginning. It's the first night of a new day. When our homeless neighbors feel safe enough to close their eyes, they can see the way forward.
At DriveTime.com, we've been hard at work, and we finally did it.
Did you make it so I can finally shop with thousands of cars with no hit to my credit?
Wait, yes! Go to DriveTime.com, get approved with no credit hit.
Go to DriveTime.com, get approved, and shop your real terms with no credit hit.
As someone living with type 2 diabetes, I want to keep it real and talk about some risks. With type 2 diabetes, you have up to 4 times greater risk of stroke, heart attack, or death. Even at your A1C goal, you're still at risk, which if ignored could bring you here. May put you in one of those, or even worse. Too much? That's the point. Get real about your risks and do something about it. Talk to your healthcare provider about ways to lower your risk of stroke, heart attack, or death. Learn more at getrealaboutdiabetes.com.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool. You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check it on your home.
Our miss system, we should go.
Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
I'm on a journey to discover the human story of gold. How it shapes us.
We're going down.
And our world. It's a story I thought I knew.
Oh my God.
Turns out, it's far more incredible. It takes your breath away than I ever imagined.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years.
On tour, I can't let sore joints hold me up, so I use Instaflex Advance. It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms, and without scary side effects. I told my whole crew they have to try it.
Get a complimentary sample just like texting yoga to 321321. Instaflex Advance targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients found nowhere else. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
Instaflex Advance is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting yoga to 321321. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief in the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free. Text YOGA to 321321 today.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
This hour, House Republicans are trying again to settle on a nominee to be the next Speaker of the House, with a crowded new field of candidates vying for the job. The chamber without a permanent speaker now for nearly 3 weeks. CNN's Melanie Zanona is up on Capitol Hill for us. There's a closed-door meeting going on of GOP lawmakers right now. Melanie, tell us what's happening now and whether any of these potential candidates seem likely to survive a full House vote if they get that far.
Well, that is the conundrum that Republicans have been dealing with for weeks now, and they are really starting at square one, given that they are 20 days into this chaos, and they are just tonight having a new candidate forum. Moments from now, they will kick off a forum where all these candidates are going to make their pitch, and then they'll gather once again behind closed doors tomorrow, where they will have another secret ballot election. And today is really about hearing from all the different candidates, and so far there are 9 different Republicans who have jumped into the race. That includes Tom Emmer. He's a member of leadership. He's the House Majority Whip. He also ran the NRCC for several cycles, but he has had to work down to tamp down perceptions that he's not close enough to former President Donald Trump. And then there's Byron Donalds, a member of the Freedom Caucus, very well liked among conservatives, but he's a sophomore member, and so there is some skepticism about whether he's ready to step into this job. Then there's also Kevin Hern. He's a head of the Republican Study Committee, another very large conservative caucus in the House, but all these members are going to have to work to get 217 votes on the House floor if they become the nominee. And right now, there is an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion, but some members say that is going to drive them to try to unify, hopefully, by this week. Let's take a listen.
the largest plurality of folks, at least, is recognizing is that we have to get someone across the goal line. And I do think there's an appetite for a compromise candidate at this point. I think there's an appetite for folks to be okay with, hey, maybe it's not my guy that got into the speakership, but just filling the position is the priority.
I have nothing against any of the other people. So
it used to be only Kevin.
Yeah, but Kevin, you know, is now endorsed publicly first ever now, and so, you know, if he comes back on the ballot, I'll still be with Kevin. But you know, he's not going to be on the ballot, so I need to, back the nominee.
So that last member there was someone who was only backing Kevin McCarthy before, now signaling that he would be willing to back another candidate. So potentially a sign that Republicans are finally ready to unify, but we'll have to wait and see, Wolf. And meanwhile, all these critical issues like government funding, aid for Israel, aid for Ukraine, all hanging in the balance. Wolf.
Can't pass legislation without a speaker. Melanie Zanona, thank you very, very much. Coming up, an Israeli-American reservist in the IDF was killed during a missile attack from nearby Lebanon. We'll have a live report from his hometown, just outside of Washington, D.C.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there. We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border. It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett out front, next on CNN.
The hero of the firm returns in John Grisham's stunning sequel, The Exchange. This fast-paced international thriller might be Grisham's best yet. The Exchange, After the Firm, is in stores now.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to A Place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
An official message from Medicare.
Let's give her a minute before we start. You know how she is.
Y'all check your Medicare plans? It's open enrollment.
No, why?
Because plans change each year. So can your health. Make sure you choose the right plan for you and your budget. You might save some money or get a few extras.
What I missed?
Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare your prescription drug and health options at Medicare.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
And Doug.
And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
Are you replacing me?
With this guy?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Oh, look at Boo-Boo. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My dry eyes made me a burning, stinging 5 times a day.
Makeup smearing, drop Caesar.
I want another option. That's not another drop.
Tyrvaya. It's not another drop. It's the first and only nasal spray for dry eye. Tyrvaya treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease fast by helping your body produce its own real tears. Common side effects include sneezing, cough, and throat and nose irritation.
Relying only on drops? Not me. My own real tears are my relief.
Ask your eye doctor about Tyrvaya.
Meet the traveling trio. The thrill seeker, the soul searcher, and ahoy, it's the explorer. Each helping to protect their money with Chase. Whoa, a lost card isn't keeping this thrill seeker down. Lost her card? Not the vibe. The soul searcher is finding his identity and helping to protect it. Oh yeah, the explorer. She's looking to dive deeper, all while Chase looks out for her. Because these friends have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect, one bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours. I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in.
That I don't look the part.
But to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers.
Create spaces where we all belong.
And experience the joy of curling.
I belong here.
We belong here. We unite, and united we curl. They put
food on our tables, care for our loved ones, and help build our communities. Canada needs over 400,000 migrant workers to fill employment gaps and sustain our growing economy. Mosaic BC's Migrant Workers Program provides support services to migrant workers, but more needs to be done. Like many others, migrant workers also lost their jobs during the BC wildfires. Emergency funding is required to support worker needs. Help give back to these workers who give so much to Canada. Donate today at mosaicbc.org.
I'm Arlette Saenz at the White House, and this is CNN.
A dual U.S.-Israeli citizen serving in the Israel Defense Forces was killed in a missile attack near the Lebanon border. Brian Todd is joining us now live from this young man's hometown of Rockville, Maryland, where he's being remembered. What are they saying about him, Brian?
Well, Wolf, they're saying that it was an emotional and patriotic pull that drew him back. Tonight, this community at the Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School is mourning the loss of Omer Balva, who was killed on Friday. And we have new information tonight on the experiences of Balva and others who've been drawn back to the region to serve. 22-year-old Omer Balva was always drawn to Israel, according to his friends. They say Balva, who grew up in Rockville, Maryland, chose to serve in the Israel Defense Forces right out of high school instead of going to college right away. Balva, a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen, was on vacation in the U.S. when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. After being called up as a reservist, he packed and hurried back to Israel. Within a few days, he was dead, killed last Friday by an anti-tank missile along Israel's northern border with Lebanon.
It is really devastating for our community. He was a lovely kid. He's the kind of kid who comes into a room and when he smiles, everyone notices it. It lights up the entire room.
Rabbi Mitchell Malkus is head of the Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School, where Omer Balva graduated in 2019.
He was passionate about his commitment to Israel. I know that inside he felt like he needed to be there, that he needed to defend the state of Israel. It's obvious to me why he would choose to go, even though he knew it was going to be dangerous.
Friends say he was a selfless person who was proud of his service.
And he really is the best. He's the sweetest kid in the world.
Balva is not the only American serving in Israel's military. Even as thousands of Americans have been rushing to evacuate from Israel, some are traveling in the opposite direction, called up as reservists or even just volunteering.
Today's the day.
Matthew Vanende, a former IDF paratrooper from Kansas City, says he'll take any job the Israeli military will give him.
Everything's squared away here, and I can finally go over there and focus on what I need to do, whatever that's going to be.
Others volunteering as aid workers or medics.
I'm a licensed nurse, and I have the capability to come and help.
27-year-old Kinneret Levine from California is headed to Israel with the help of an organization called Bulletproof Israel.
This is doing my part, and this is my values and who I am as a person and who I am as a nurse.
But for every young volunteer or reservist, there are parents like the Mildworfs of North Carolina, whose daughter is serving in the IDF. Supportive, but anxious.
We worry a lot, and we cry a lot.
And we recognize that right now in Israel, no one is safe, and that's tough for us to process.
As for Omer Balva, he is survived by his parents, 3 siblings, and a longtime girlfriend who he had planned to marry. His funeral took place yesterday at a military cemetery in Israel. We are told that about 3,000 people came to pay their respects. Wolf?
Brian Todd reporting. Thank you very much, and we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Tourists that turn into scientists. Tourists photographing thousands of miles of remote coral reefs that can be analyzed by AI in real time. So researchers can identify which areas are at risk and help life underwater flourish.
Remember the things you loved before asthma got in the way? Fasenra is an add-on treatment for asthma driven by eosinophils. It's designed to target and remove them and helps prevent asthma attacks. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophilic conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing. Ask your doctor about Fasenra.
Your Medicare choices matter. That's why there's Plan Enroll.
Call us now for your free Medicare coverage review.
We offer thousands of plans from leading insurance companies
like United Healthcare, Humana, Aetna, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, Elevance, and many more. You're never obligated to join a plan, so don't wait. Call for a free Medicare coverage review today and see how the licensed insurance agents at Plan Enroll can help you find a plan that's right for you.
Get it with gurus. Car gurus.
I used to leak urine when I coughed, laughed, or exercised. I couldn't even enjoy playing with my kids.
I leaked too. I just assumed it was normal.
Then we learned about Bulkamid, an FDA-approved non-drug solution for our condition.
It really works, and it lasts for years. It's been the best thing we've done for our families.
Visit findrealrelief.com to find an expert physician near you. Ask if Bulkamid is right for you and discuss potential risks. Results and experiences may vary. Move beyond the leaks.
Get help reaching your goals with JP Morgan Wealth Plan, the digital money coach, and the Chase mobile app. Use it to set and track your goals, big and small, and see how changes you make today could help put them within reach. From your first big move to retiring poolside and the other goals along the way, Wealth Plan can help you get there. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Mom, what's that?
Nothing. Just get in the car. Let's go. Come on.
Who did that?
Get in right now.
You painted or something? Hi, Mr. Cody.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
A Palestinian journalist working with French National Public Radio was killed by an Israeli missile strike in Gaza City. The Committee to Protect Journalists says he's one of at least 23 journalists who've been killed in the war between Israel and Hamas. 8 others are reported injured and 3 are missing. For information about how you can help humanitarian efforts in both Israel and Gaza, go to cnn.com/impact or text relief to 707070 to make a donation. Thanks very much for watching. Aaron Burnett out front, live from Israel, starts right now.
Out front next, live from Israel. 2 women released tonight after being held hostage by Hamas for more than 2 weeks. What does it mean for the other hostages and for Israel's potential ground assault? I'll talk to 2 people who have reported extensively on Hamas's tactics, along with the niece of one of the hostages just freed hours ago. Plus, our dispatches from Gaza tonight will hear from a doctor rushing for cover as he was taping a message for Out Front. The sound of strikes nearby deafening. And we'll speak to a woman who miraculously escaped the music festival, only to be taken hostage by Hamas and have a gun put to her head. You'll hear her incredible story of survival. Let's go Out Front. And good evening. Welcome to a special edition of Out Front. I'm Aaron Burnett, live from Tel Aviv tonight. We begin with the breaking news. Hostages freed. 2 Israeli hostages are now making their way to a medical center in Israel in Tel Aviv after being held by Hamas for over 2 weeks. They are 79-year-old Nurit Cooper and 85-year-old Yoki Lifshitz. Both were taken from their homes in the southern Israeli kibbutz of Nir Oz, which is, of course, just near the Gaza border. Now, both of their husbands were kidnapped with them. They were not released with their wives tonight. We do have some video of Lifshitz making her way to an ambulance. Her daughter releasing a statement. It reads in part, While I cannot put into words the relief that she is now safe, I will remain focused on securing the release of my father. But we also have new video of Cooper in a stretcher being treated by medics. Her husband, as I said, is still being held by Hamas. And that is the reality. While these two women are free, and that is something that is important and so wonderful for their families, there are still 218 civilians being held against their will, hostages in Gaza. This is according to the IDF. 10 Americans are still unaccounted for. And that is why, according to sources, American officials are pressing Israel to delay its ground offensive, something that appears to at least have been successful over these past few days. Tonight we are learning more about what that potential ground assault may look like. Here is the Israeli defense minister as he visited a Navy base today.
Keep preparing for our operation. It will come soon. We are preparing thoroughly for the next step, a multilateral operation in the air, ground, and sea. Do your work. Get ready. We will need you.
Get ready, we will need you. And Israel again putting out new video ahead of the ground assault, because as each day goes by, they feel the need for the world to remember why they are in this position. There is a reason for it, and it is the unspeakable brutality that the world witnessed from Hamas. I warn you that what you are about to see is graphic. It is body cam video from a Hamas militant, because so many of them were wearing GoPros. That's how they've been able actually to identify them, we're told, by the unit in charge. You see one of the assailants firing into a car. The militants then inspect the car to make sure that the people inside are dead. This is horrific. It's hard to comprehend. There is a lot worse out there that they documented. And this is why Israel is ramping up its assault on Hamas in Gaza. According to the IDF, so far, just over the past night, they took out 320 military targets. That was one of the biggest airstrikes in recent days. And the targets they say that they took out also happened, they say, several commanders, including of the rocket division. This, of course, is in one of the most densely populated areas. There are few places for anybody who is an innocent civilian to hide. And earlier tonight, Out Front spoke to Dr. Hatem Ether. He works at the Nasser Hospital in Gaza. So he wanted to send us a voice memo, these dispatches we've been trying to gather for you. He did. And then in one of them, you're going to hear the reality of daily life in Gaza. Listen to this.
About the critical supply, we have running of critical supply, IV fluid, antibiotics, some of the drug. Oh my god.
And you hear that explosion in the background. I do want to note we did speak to Dr. Ether after that blast. He is okay, but that is the reality of his life in the hospital, hearing that as he's trying to tell you what's happening. CNN analyzed that audio, and at the same time that Dr. Ether made those recordings for Outfront, the exact same time that you heard that explosion at 2:30 p.m. local time in Gaza today, CNN confirmed that there was a strike at a home near the hospital. So that appears to be what you're hearing. And as this is all unfolding, tensions beyond Israel and Gaza are rapidly escalating. According to U.S. intelligence sources tonight, Iranian-backed militias are prepared to step up attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East. We're going to have a lot more on that in just a moment. Begin, though, with Nick Robertson, who is live along the Israel-Gaza border, and Matthew Chance, who is here with me tonight in Tel Aviv. Nick, let's just begin with you. Is there any impact that this second release of hostages may have on Israel's plans to launch a ground war in Gaza? Certainly it appears, while they are ill in health, to be part of a strategy of one or two every few days, which of course would delay this in an unsustainable fashion for Israel.
And that's exactly what Hamas appears to be trying to do, one or two a few days at a time. Is it going to put Israel completely off track? Hamas's manipulation alone? Is international pressure, the United States and other countries whose nationals are being held by Hamas, who are speaking to Israel about the importance of hostage releases, is that kind of pressure going to have an impact? It certainly appears as if it is, although Israel says that the US is not putting pressure on it in that way. But it's been interesting that the IDF actually had to put out a statement because of reports in local media here in Israel that there were rifts opening up between the Prime Minister and his military leadership. leadership. The IDF saying that's not true. Everyone is joined up. But I think that gives you a sense of the pressures on the Prime Minister, the impact that this drip of hostage releases and the whatever's happening behind the scenes, whatever Hamas is talking about in terms of other releases, in terms of is that pulling the troops away from their positions and their armor that are close to their jumping off points close to Gaza? No, they're still in position, and I think it is a matter of time, and that seems to be the indication coming from the military commanders now. It is a matter of time before that incursion happens. Is Hamas trying to put them off track? 100% yes.
All right, Nick Robertson, thank you very much in Sderot, where he has been monitoring right along that Gaza border, the back and forth and the buildup of this massive Israeli presence along the Gaza border over these past 17 days. Out front now, Rudy Mizrahi. She is the niece of Yochi Lifshitz, who was, of course, released by Hamas just a few hours ago. Rudy, I know you've been desperate for answers about your aunt tonight. A miracle. I know your uncle is not released, but she is. She's on her way home. How did you even respond? I mean, I know you were hopeful, I'm sure, after Friday when hostages were released, but did this come as a complete surprise?
Yeah, you know, when everything happened on the 7th, I was in a shock and I couldn't believe it. And today it was, you know, also like a bit of a shock, but in a good way, of course.
I know you've been staying in close touch with your relatives and all of you trying to get answers. Do you know anything more about her release, Rudy, or why they released her and her friend, or any other information?
I really don't have any more information. I was surprised, you know, even though for the last couple of days there were rumors that, you know, that it was denied by the Israeli officials. I don't know anything yet. I think she's on her way to Israel right now. She might actually already been there, but I'm not sure. There's a big time difference, you know, 10 hours difference between where I am and over there. But I saw the pictures of what you're showing right now, and I can't even express how happy I am and relieved to see her. But at the same time, you know, I can't forget my uncle and the rest of the people that are still, we don't know what's going on with them, not even know that if they're alive or what their, you know, situation is. And I can't wait to see everybody, you know, come home safe, in one piece, and then they will have a long healing process to go through, but I can't really wait until we'll see all of them back home. No. Yeah.
Well, I can only imagine that, and I know just seeing even the fact that you had that little smile in the ambulance is, you know, something about that. It does give some warmth to the heart. Yeah.
This is my aunt. She's always smiling, always look and find the positive, the good thing in every situation. And of course, I'm sure she's also happy to be released. It might be also a shock, you know, but she's such a really brave and amazing lady. I'm so proud of her, you know. I can't wait to actually see her in person. Yeah.
Well, I hope you'll be able to do that very soon, and that your uncle will soon be released as well. Yeah. I know you've got to be awaiting that, but I know they've been married for over 50 years, so I hope that they will soon be together again. Rudy, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for talking about her with me. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. And out front now, two journalists who have reported on Hamas extensively. Matthew Chance, our chief global affairs correspondent, and Shlomi Eldar an Israeli journalist and columnist for Al Monitor's Israel Pulse. So thanks very much to both of you. So the whole world's struggling to understand what happened here. I guess, Matthew, let's start in the moment we're in right now, that we're now seeing these, what appears to be very clearly putting out a couple, and then a few days later another couple in what's an attempt to drip a process. It certainly gives hope that they're alive, which may be shocking given the horrific and inhumane behavior that was evident in the attack itself. What do you make of what they're doing right now, Hamas?
Well, you're right, it gives hope that there are people who are alive. It gives hope that people can be brought out alive as part of this process that's underway. But I think it also is potentially a tactic by Hamas to avert that land operation that we've been expecting. You know, and it's a tactic that's working. It's been 17 days since these attacks took place in Israel, and virtually every day of that, Israel has been promising it's going to go in. It hasn't done so yet, and perhaps it's giving space to this process to yield more results in terms of people to get those people out of Gaza.
Shlomi, you have obviously, both of you have spoken to senior Hamas leaders. You actually have, you've had extensive conversations with them, but on the day of the attacks, you reached out to a senior Hamas commander who was involved, and he responded.
He responded. I have an American phone number. He answered. I was surprised, and I told him, "You murdered children. You burned babies," and he said, "We don't." And I started to begging him, and I told him, "You have babies. You have one baby's 9-month-old. Please release him for humanitarian reason." And he started to say, "No, we can't. We are starting in a war. It's a very complicated situation." And believe me, I found myself starting to cry with a Hamas senior tried to begging him to release the babies, only the babies. And then he shut down the phone. And later on, he sent me a message.
He texted you.
He texted me.
Yep.
And he wrote, "Shlomi, first, the death in Gaza must stop. The death in Gaza, I'm talking about the Saturday, the Black Saturday on October 7th. Here there is a mass killing and massacres against the civilian population. There are entire families that have been exterminated. Families in Gaza exterminated after we count 400 dead in Israel, and most of them babies. He talked about and we will not be able to talk about the prisoners until the aggressions against Gaza stops." Now they started to release, we saw these pictures, old women, it's heartbreaking. Old women, 18 years old, they are not prisoners, they are hostages.
Does Matthew, this behavior, right? Israel had allowed Hamas to exist as a government, right? And to effectively rule Gaza, knowing that it was a terrorist organization, but they had felt that this was somehow could function, and that something of this brutality could come out of this group.
Well, I'm not sure Israel had much of a choice in it, in the sense that these people were elected. You know, some
it was an elected government.
But you're right, they haven't moved in to destroy them quite yet. But look, I mean, in terms of could this have happened? You know, was there any indications of this? I mean, well, you know, I myself visited Gaza several times.
Yes.
And actually seen, you know, kind of Palestinian militant groups, including Hamas, sort of training to carry out operations like this. This is years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
But you don't have to go that far back. I mean, even just a couple of months ago, even a couple of years ago, there were Hamas setting up, you know, kind of fake kibbutzim and showing how they could storm them. You know, that was all on Israeli television. Hamas put it all out, you know, and there's been various radio intercepts as well. It's just that the Israeli authorities do not seem to have conceived of the idea that that kind of an attack would have been possible, and if it were possible, would have been successful, and they were wrong.
You have seen horrific videos that you describe of actual rape, graphic. You were describing them to me before. They're hard to even imagine. Is this consistent in any way with the Hamas leadership there now that you have spoken to so many times, or does it shock even you?
It shocked me. Something happened in Hamas. You know, I didn't enter to Gaza Strip since the military coup. I think that viewers must know that what happened in Gaza in 2007, they made a military coup. They kicked out the PLO, they shot them, and took control over Gaza. This is what happened in Gaza. So they were elected in 2006, but they made a military coup. And I interviewed many of them, especially Ismail Haniyeh, the head of the Hamas leadership. And for me, it seems like, ordinary people in a terror organization, but all the time they knew the boundary of control, the boundary of power of Hamas. Now happened something different. They came with hundreds, with instruction to slaughtering, to rape, and every direction, and also to take video. To take video, they got an order to harm the public opinion of Israel and harm the morale of the Israelis.
And Matthew, you had a chance to sit down with one of the founders of Hamas in one of the many interviews you've conducted. When you see now, years later, young guys with GoPros documenting the brutal rape and dismemberment of women, beheadings, that they documented this on their own GoPros. Can you draw a line between what you saw then and what you see now?
It's a difficult question to answer, but I think it's something to do with the inhumanity of this conflict generally. The fact that Palestinians and to some extent Israelis as well are not really willing in some ways to understand how much suffering they cause on the other side. Some people might not like hearing me say that, but I think that's sort of a definite feature of this long-running, generations-old conflict, and this is the latest terrible expression of that.
Horrific. All right, well, thank you both so very much. I appreciate it. As we all just trying to put words around to understand what is happening, what happened, and what is.
And if I can add, just one word, I think our morale is down now, but we shall overcome. Really, we shall overcome. We must.
Words that certainly ring with significance to anyone watching in the United States as well. Thank you so very much. And our breaking news coverage continues after this. I'm going to speak to a father whose daughter is one of the 10 Americans still unaccounted for here in Israel. Well, he is very hopeful that she will soon be back with him. Plus, we're going to check in with the CNN producer who, along with his family, has been trying to get out of Gaza. We've been sharing Ibrahim's story with you. They made it to the Rafah crossing, but officials are denying their crossing. His exclusive dispatch from Gaza tonight ahead. And then she escaped the music festival massacre with her partner. One of the first 10 cars, she says, to get out, but then later was captured by Hamas. But she did something amazing that helped her get free.
I don't know from where I have this courage to do what I did.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Salonpas, makers of powerful pain relief patches for 89 years, believes in continuous improvement, like rounded corners that resist peeling, with an array of active ingredients and sizes to relieve your pain. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging.
Tepezza is an infusion and may cause infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before treatment, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar and may worsen IBD. Tepezza may cause severe hearing problems, which may be permanent.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy. I'm celebrating my clear skin my way. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin even at 5 years. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to clearer skin with Sky Rizzy, this is my moment. There's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
We're back with the breaking news tonight, live from Tel Aviv. 2 more hostages are free tonight after being held by Hamas for 17 days. This comes after those 2 American hostages, Natalie and Judith Raanan, were released on Friday and reunited with families. So now 4 total. CNN learning the IDF has told U.S. officials that more American hostages are still alive and being held in Gaza. Certainly what we've seen so far is giving hope to families that we've spoken to. It is giving them hope. Many had thought that maybe their loved ones weren't alive. There is a hope. Out front now, Yehuda Benin and his daughter Liad is one of the 10 missing Americans, many of whom are believed to be held hostage after the Hamas attack. His son-in-law is also missing. They were in Kibbutz Nir Oz, just a couple of miles from Gaza, which of course is where the 2 Israeli hostages tonight, the elderly women, also live, one of whom is actually the founder of the kibbutz. Now, Yehuda, when you hear 2 hostages from Nir Oz being released tonight, and of course Friday there were 2 others, does this change things for you? Does this give you true hope for your daughter?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My approach to this entire episode is one where I see it upon myself to remain level-headed and not to get buoyed by one maneuver or another as employed by the Hamas. I'll take it as it comes, and when my daughter is released and my son-in-law, then and they arrive home safe, then I'll find time to breathe a sigh of relief. Until then, I'm not going to allow myself to get caught up in their games, in their manipulative games of playing with people's lives like this.
I know you're in Washington. That's where you're joining me from tonight. You've been meeting with lawmakers there. I know you're from Philadelphia. You raised your daughter near there for a few years before settling in Israel. Are you learning anything new about her situation from the U.S. government? Do you feel that they have a real information and intelligence?
First of all, I believe it's clear, and I don't think I'm divulging any secrets if I say that American and Israeli intelligence agencies are working very closely on all of the cases, gathering intelligence as best they can. My understanding is that the Americans are using all of the tools at their disposal, developing channels of communication with Hamas in order to advance negotiations for the release of the hostages. And I think from the way I've been getting information from these sources, I have confidence that they're doing everything to the best of their ability to obtain the release of all the hostages, not just the American citizens among them.
Yes, well, the kibbutz Nir Oz, of course, was one of the first areas attacked by Hamas, and you know what they did to the kibbutz is horrific. The burning and destruction. We saw it in Beirut. The children's toys are particularly hard to see. I know that you called your daughter on the morning of the attack. Yehuda, is there anything more that you can share about what you know she went through and your son-in-law went through that morning?
Well, officially, my daughter's designation, as well as my son-in-law, has been changed from missing to as probably abducted, which, to my understanding, means that they didn't find any bodies anywhere of theirs, obviously. So that's okay. I just take that as it is. Again, until they're back home safely, I'm not going to let myself get overly confident or overly hopeful that there'll be a sound resolution to this crisis.
Well, Yehuda, I appreciate your time. Certainly in awe of your ability to manage it the way you do, and I hope that you'll have that moment for the emotion to allow that for yourself. Thank you very much. And as Yehuda and I are speaking, you're looking on your screen at the video of the 2 hostages who were released tonight. We actually believe that we may have seen that loud helicopter right as Wolf Blitzer was on the air coming over here, heading to a hospital in Tel Aviv, landing on the roof not terribly far from here. And that appears to have been the helicopter that came obviously from down near that Rafah crossing where those 2 elderly women who live in Nir Oz were released. And as we know, they are now in hospital being taken care of tonight. And we, of course, are hoping for their speedy beginning to their long recovery. Also tonight, there are growing fears about a rise in attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East and the war escalating even further. The Pentagon announcing that 2 drones targeting U.S. forces were shot down today in Syria. As the White House also warns that Iran actively is facilitating attacks against military bases housing American personnel in both Iraq and Syria. The State Department, in fact, has actually ordered non-emergency personnel out of embassies in Iraq. So when you add all of that together, it is a sinister, it is a stressful and worrisome situation. And it comes in the context of the U.S. shot down 15 drones and 4 cruise missiles near the coast along the Red Sea of Yemen. And that was a 9-hour span of interception, as Alex Marquardt has reported. Out front now, Seth Jones, his work on analyzing this conflict is being utilized right now extensively by the U.S. government. He is the senior vice president at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So, Seth, I appreciate your time. Okay, based on what you see right now, and the fears that the getting rid of anybody but essential personnel at embassies, look, after what happened in places like Libya, the precaution is always an important thing. But, you know, we've seen 80,000 people demonstrating in front of a consulate in Turkey just a few days ago. How serious is the risk right now?
Well, Aaron, I do think it's serious. We've seen actions, so concrete actions taken by militant groups, all of them linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Quds Force, Iran's major paramilitary organization. Those are the attacks against the U.S. and the Conoco oil fields in Syria, and then down at Al-Tanf along the Syrian-Jordanian border. The 2 bases in Iraq that have been targeted. The land attack cruise missiles coming from Yemen. So those are actions taken. Second, the U.S. intelligence has stated publicly that today that it has intelligence of Iraqi groups and other Iran-linked groups prepared to strike targets. So that's future intelligence about intentions of Iranian. And then finally, we do have the embassies, where, including Baghdad, where there is growing concern. So I think you put all those 2 together, and the tensions are escalating.
And you've been talking, I know, with people, sources at U.S. embassies in the region. What are they telling you?
Well, I think what they've said repeatedly is that there is a real risk when this ground war starts of both civilians in multiple countries in the Middle East massing and demonstrating, particularly against U.S. embassies, also the Israeli embassies overseas, and second, responses by Iranian-linked groups against U.S. military bases in the region. So they are saying that they are starting to get out of some embassies non-essential personnel. I mean, that is an indication. We saw a little bit of that in Ukraine before the Russian invasion as well.
Yeah, we did, and you saw a lot of that did presage, in a sense, canaries in a coal mine. Thank you very much, Sep. And next, we have a new dispatch from Gaza on this Monday. You're going to hear from Ibrahim, our CNN producer, who's been desperately trying to get his wife and 2 young sons to safety. Today, a setback. They have reached the Gaza border with Egypt. It is a huge accomplishment, but a setback today. Plus, an incredible story. This story from a survivor of the Hamas attack. She was held for hours and then used as a human shield. How does he go with you? How does he?
He hold me in the back like this. Okay.
So it's like so you're a shield.
Yeah, I'm a shield. Yeah, human shield.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
You dream about playing for your country. Can I get a witness? On the biggest stage.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
From the moment you touch down in Victoria, you'll know you're in a world apart. This is a place like no other. Let your curiosity lead you through unforgettable moments, where you're connected to nature, each other, and a local culture full of creativity and history that welcomes everyone. Your story unfolds in Victoria.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Welcome back to this special edition of Outfront Live from Tel Aviv tonight. We have stunning new aerial footage from Gaza. I mean, looks like Bakhmut, as it did in the early days. The death toll in Gaza now topping 5,000, according to Palestinian health officials. Now, we told you earlier about Dr. Hatem Edher at the beginning of the show. He is the head of the neonatal unit at Nasser Hospital, that is in Khan Yunis, as you can see, in southern Gaza. You heard the voice memo that he sent us that was interrupted by a loud blast. Now, when we heard that on his tape, we were actually able to trace back that there was an explosion at that time to a home near the hospital. We used the timestamps on the recordings Dr. Edher sent us. Here's more of what he told us.
About critical supply, we have running of critical supply, IV fluid, antibiotics, some of the oh my god, I can't continue talking. I want to go to the safe place now. It's terrifying here, and in the last few days, it's more scary situation.
Of course, he's there taking care of preemie babies, neonatal unit there. You hear the panic in his voice as he is still trying to do his job as a doctor. The situation is horrible there, and some vital aid has begun trickling in, but trickling would be the operative word. It is trickling in, and it is very far away from pretty much anyone who needs it. Well, as we've been doing every night on Outfront, we have another exclusive dispatch from the journalist Ibrahim Dahman. He is inside Gaza. Ibrahim and his family, as you know, moved from the north to the south, and they were hopeful that they would finally be able to escape through Egypt. Those hopes, though, for now, still hopes, not yet successful. Ibrahim and his wife Rasha and their 2 young sons, aged 11 and 7, evacuated northern Gaza when Israel told civilians to leave. They complied. They fled to the south, and now they wait and wait. Here's the update that Ibrahim shared with us today.
هل سنموت اليوم؟ هذا ما يسألني عنه ابني منذ أن هربنا من مدينة غزة. الحمد لله على السلامة. الحياة في خان يونس صعبة. نحن نقيم مع ما لا يقل عن 150 عائلة نازحة أخرى من الشمال. نأكل فقط ما يكفي لبقائنا على قيد الحياة. نقضي وقتنا في متابعة الضربات الجوية ومحاولة ملء خزان المياه. نشرب من مية الحمامات والله يا عبيد. والله أولادنا بنشربهم من مية الحمامات. وبسبب انقطاع الكهرباء لا يستطيع أبنائي مشاهدة الرعب عبر الإنترنت ويقضون وقتهم في اللعب مع الأطفال الآخرين. خلال نهاية الأسبوع وصلتنا رسالة أنه تم السماح لنا بالدخول من معبر رفح. لذلك قمنا بتحميل سيارتنا لمحاولة الفرار مرة أخرى. في الطريق إلى هناك كان الكثير من الدمار. عند المعبر كانت هناك عائلات أخرى مليئة بالأمل تحاول أيضا الهروب، لكن هذا الأمل تلاشى بسرعة. قيل لنا أنه مغلق الآن ولم يتمكن أحد من المرور. كنا في معبر رفح وانتظرنا على أمل أن ندخل الجانب المصري، لكن المعبر مغلق فتح فقط للمساعدات الإنسانية. نشق طريقنا للرجوع متفاديين الفوضى على أمل أن يكون الغد أفضل من اليوم. نسمع الغارات الجوية على مسافة. شايف؟ ولكني أرى الرعب في عينيه، نفس الخوف الذي في عيني.
That was Ibrahim Dahman, as we said, our CNN producer who is in Gaza tonight, hoping to be able to leave. Joining me now, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriquez is the Israeli Defense Force International spokesperson, of course, a familiar face to our viewers. And Colonel, I appreciate your time. You obviously heard from Ibrahim Dahman there. You heard from that doctor. They're both in Khan Yunis, and I know that there have been strikes there. It is south of the original evacuation point that the IDF had urged all Gazans to go past for their own safety. Obviously, though, there have been strikes there. Is that something that's going to continue? Is that now an open strike zone as far as the IDF sees it?
Hello again, Erin. Thank you for having me. What's happening all over the Gaza Strip is that we continue to target Hamas. Whereas, of course, we are aware of the enhanced presence of civilians in various areas, and we are careful not to strike them, as I also think that your producer insinuated. But we continue to hunt Hamas commanders. We continue to actively search and use the intelligence that we have available to create new targets in order to strike Hamas wherever they are.
Yes.
And that is ongoing. So we have to be clear. We never said to anybody in no language, not in Arabic and not in English, that we are not going to strike south of that area. We just said that northern part of Gaza is going to be a main combat zone, and it should be evacuated because that will be a very dangerous place to be in.
So let me ask you a question on that. I want to show the video again because it is reminiscent of Bakhmut in the days as Bakhmut began to be completely destroyed, the northern Gaza drone footage that we have. And you point out that you have been striking very specifically. Actually, if you add up your number of strikes, even versus Palestinian reported number of civilians, the strikes are precision. They are precision. You put out today some more commanders that you say you've killed, one in the rocket unit. The basic question for you, Colonel, is how much is left? You've taken out a lot of the command. You've taken out a lot of the infrastructure. Are you 10% done? Are you 80% done?
Yeah, I mean, I heard you gave a very succinct breakdown of it before with Wolf Blitzer. Spot on. I cannot say how many percent yet. I can say that there are, unfortunately, many more senior Hamas officials, senior commanders, operatives from the Nukhba unit, the so-called select or elite terrorists, and there's many more targets, both infrastructure, weapon storage, and many other things. So no, we are not done, and there are many more targets, and many more new targets are created as we extract more intelligence, also from Nukhba fighters or terrorists that we have captive, that we are extracting intelligence from. They create new targets that we attack in the Gaza Strip as well, both in the south and in the north. So it's an ongoing campaign where we generate new targets as we speak as well.
The New York Times, Colonel, just reporting tonight some new information. They're saying the Biden administration is concerned that Israel right now lacks achievable military objective in Gaza. And then they go on to report that the Pentagon has specifically sent officers to help Israelis with the challenges of fighting an urban war, perhaps some with the experience in places like Mosul or Fallujah. Can you confirm that the Pentagon has sent these officers? They're reporting some real specifics, including a 3-star Marine, Lieutenant General James Glynn.
I can confirm that we are very closely coordinated and that there are boots on the ground and that we share intelligence and we share perspectives and goals, the highest levels in Israel and of course in the military. I cannot confirm any such report in the New York Times, and I can only confirm that today I read something else in the New York Times that I found very interesting, something that I haven't seen in a long time, and that is close to an apology for their horrible and unprofessional coverage of the hospital incident.
They did issue an apology for that. Thank you very much, Colonel. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Erin.
All right, Colonel Jonathan Conricus there. And next, you're going to hear from a woman who managed to escape the music festival massacre. She escaped, but then was later captured by Hamas fighters. She survived. She escaped by actually confronting the gunman, and she's going to tell you her extraordinary story.
Gotta get new wiper blades at discounttire.com.
Everything okay, boys?
Book your wiper blades appointment online at discounttire.com.
Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier pet food.
Hockey season begins with celebration. Time to celebrate again.
When I look into your eyes, it's like watching the night sky, or a beautiful sunrise. Oh, there's so much they hold.
It's hard to imagine that this powerful, beautiful animal needs our help, but they are being killed for their skin and bones, and their homes are being destroyed. But there is hope. Tigers are at the heart of so many delicate ecosystems. When you protect a tiger, you also protect thousands of species and people that rely on the same habitat. When we protect tigers, we all benefit. Learn how you can make a difference.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, and this is CNN.
Tonight, 2 hostages taken hostage by Hamas, now released after being held for 17 days. Another 218, though, are still being held in Gaza. And one woman could have been another one of those numbers, another hostage. And you're about to hear her incredible story of survival. She was held captive by Hamas. Yasmin Porat was held for hours, told her children she was going to die, and was used as a human shield. She was at the Nova Music Festival with her boyfriend, Tao, when the attack started. The two frantically fled and looked for safety.
And Tal was hysterical. We are driving for 5 minutes, and then he saw Migunit, a shelter, near Kibbutz Be'eri, okay? So he stopped there without telling me. He decided to stop. He was very afraid. He go out from the car and go to the Migunit. So I'm going after him. After 20 minutes, we start to hear shootings.
Yeah.
And some guys tell us there are terrorists here. So I'm calling Tal and telling there are terrorists here. Let's go. We are going to the car very fast. Drive for 5. And when we are going to the car, we can see them going and shooting everybody.
You can see them.
Yeah, 2 terrorists that shooting all over. The traffic is slowed down, and we see that there are pickup train there with his gunshot, and so we are doing a turn off and getting to Kibbutz Be'eri, into the center of the kibbutz. We are putting our car in some place and knock on people's door. And one family is open us. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. We told them, we are Israeli. We look like Israeli also. We came from the party, And we are afraid from the rockets, and we are here, please help us. They immediately give us a shelter, and they are like 70 years old. Tal was very hysterical, and the woman was very helping. She's,
She was very calm.
Yeah, she very calm, and she explained to him to relax, and we start knowing each other. And in 7.5, they are getting SMS and WhatsApp messages. There are terrorists in the kibbutz, and everybody needs to go to the mamad, to the safety room. Yeah, to the safe room. And the time is ticking, okay? And in like at 12 or 12 and a half,
So this is after 5 hours.
Yeah, we're sitting in 5 hours.
In this room.
And in this time, people are writing the WhatsApp something to my home. They are shouting, and then she doesn't answer anymore. And like this.
Did you realize when that happened that they were being killed?
Yeah. Yeah, because there's no answer. So we don't know if it's killed or kidnapped. Right. We were very innocent, you understand? We didn't think about these things. In 2 o'clock, Adas tell us again, the terrorist is
7 hours.
Yeah, near our house. 5 minutes after that, we are hearing crash all over the house. You hearing shotgun shoots, and a lot of screaming out. You understand that there is no 1 or 2 or 3 terrorists. You heard a lot of people.
A lot of voices. In that moment when you're sitting in there, the 4 of you, and they're coming,
wow.
I can't even imagine how you felt.
I didn't believe that it's happened to me. And Adi, the owner of the house, is holding
the door.
The door hand, yeah. And for 1 hour, we are succeed not to let them go into the safety room, but they are screaming all over, And after 50 minutes, they throw limon.
A grenade. They throw a grenade.
And there was black. And after 10 minutes, they succeed to open the window of the safety room and ask for Adi and Adas to surround, because me and Tal, we are hiding in the closet. So they didn't know that we are there.
Okay.
But 2 minutes after they take Adas and Adi, the door is open, and 3 terrorists are putting gun to our head. And
I mean,
I didn't believe
you think you were?
I
I mean,
think
were you even able to think that you?
I think about my children that they are going to lose their mother for nothing because I didn't supposed to be there. It was I was so sad that I'm probably going to die for nothing because I didn't do anything. I'm just maybe going to kill because I'm Jewish. Okay? At least 10 terrorists taking two of us to another home. I don't know from where I have this courage to do what I did, but the terrorists that talk Hebrew, he see me that I'm looking at them. I looked at them like he told me, calm down, we don't want to kill you, we just want to take you to Gaza. And he asked me, you have friends from the police or the army? And I said to him, yeah. So he told me, so let's call one of them. So I told him, my phone is still in the Mamad that you're taking free. I don't have my phone, and I don't remember numbers. And then he bring another phone. We called 100, 911. The police is answering, and I'm talking with them. I'm talking in Hebrew. I'm telling him, hello, my name is Yasmin. I'm in Kibbutz Be'eri, and kidnap us. We are hostages in the roads. The army is there, so they want to stay alive.
So they thought that if they took you to Gaza, the IDF could kill them.
Yeah.
The IDF wasn't there, but they didn't know.
Yeah. After 2 hours, the police is arrived. We saw jeeps. Everybody get to stress the terrorists. Put the guns, shots starting to happen between the both sides, and it's 1, 2, 3, and then it's 100. We all, the hostages and the terrorists, we all lie down.
Yeah. It's a bruise. You have a bruise.
Yeah, it do like me, like this, not
like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel something very hot. And then I understand that I'm really, that when it's happened to me, I understand that I'm going to die. That it's not possible to get a life from this situation. And I'm starting to cry for myself. And the commander is, next to me, but we have, and after I'm, stop crying and put my head. He talked all the time on the phone in Arabic. Today I know that he talked with the police and asked for surrender. And because I was calling to the police, they know that there is a woman with the name Yasmin. So they told him, go with Yasmin outside, put your clothes out. And it's take 4 minutes. He put out of
vest.
Yeah, it was naked, and he's going with me slowly to the police.
And how does he go with you? How does he?
He hold me in the back like this. Okay.
So it's like so you're a shield.
I'm a shield. Yeah, human shield. And he goes with me 2 meters from the police, but it's taking us for 4 minutes. They are everybody's. And I'm telling him, don't shoot, because
what does the Hamas do then? Do they see him then?
They see him, and they told him that they will, if he will go to do this, they will shoot them, but they didn't do it.
And they didn't do it?
Yeah.
She'll never know why.
Yeah, because no one has stayed alive. And then we are 2 meters from the 20 policemen from Israel. He pushed me a little bit. I'm running to the police. He get arrested, and I'm safe. But I understand that my boyfriend and the others are still there with 40 terrorists because just one surrendered. 5 o'clock, the police don't understand the big.
They had no idea. Even at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they had no idea.
No idea. They think that I'm maybe, don't understand. I'm telling them, no, they are 40. They tell me, look at us, we are 40. I'm telling them, there are more from you. And they don't believe me.
So did you know that the terrorists had shot? I mean,
I didn't know. In this time, I have hope that I'll still alive.
You took radiation?
Yeah, for 3 days we hope that he was alive. But in Tuesday, 3 days after the attack, they had an announcement, and that's it. And he was dead, and everybody was dead. I think it's a dream that maybe I'm going to wake up. I don't understand it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know the information, but I don't feel the information. I know he's dead, but I think he's okay.
You can't feel yet? Do you?
I don't.
You don't have the.
Yeah,
the
I
emotion
don't.
yet?
Yeah. Sometimes I have the emotion, but most of the time I live in denial. But I know I'm denial. It's not because it's weird for me that he's gone. He was younger than me. I'm 44 and he's 37. So it's weird to me that you won't get to my age today. You understand?
He'll never be 44.
Yeah, never. Never be 40. It's very strange.
So many stories, horrific stories, right?
Yeah,
Happened.
yeah.
They
Wow.
opened that closet door. How did they not kill you?
I think I have an answer.
Yeah.
Also in the Hamas, there are a lot kind of people. There are radical people, and there are more,
moderate.
Yeah. And I think, and I understand after the situation that the commander that surrendered, that he considered somewhat is,
Who's
calm
not
down.
as radical.
Exactly. And I know after the police told me that there are two commanders there, they are very radical, that they said nobody's getting out. We are going back to Gaza with everybody's lives. They exist this.
Right. I mean, because some of them are...
Most of them, they are children, 20 years. Okay? They're afraid to die. And they want to get to Gaza with us.
You could tell that they were also afraid to die.
Yeah. They are humans. They are humans. They are afraid.
Yasmin, what... I know you said you can't necessarily even feel sometimes.
Yeah.
You have children.
Yeah.
Thank God for that.
I wrote when I was in the closet, because you need to understand we are in 1 hour that
right.
This was the most...
and space is tiny.
Yeah, we were like this, holding our hands, and we are very sweat because it was hot in the closet. And we are holding our hands. And then I decided to write my children, last word. And I'm wrote to my girls, I love you. I'm probably going to die, so be safe, be careful, stay sweet. It's very important for me that my 3 children will stay close.
And now when you're with your youngest child, your son.
Yeah.
We were talking, the children are the same age.
Yeah.
That he wrote you. He wrote you a note.
A note. Yeah, my son told me that he wants to take me alone without his sister to the room. He wants to give me something, and he wrote me 2 sentences. I hope you will be happy, and please don't be sad anymore. I love you, alone.
Alone.
And I told him, thank you that you tell me that, and I will try to be more happy like I used to be.
Yasmin is an extraordinary woman. Thank you so much for joining us. AC 360 starts now.
A.m. in Tel Aviv, 2 more hostages, more than 200 still being held, are on their way home. Nurit Cooper, who's 79 years old, and Yocheved Lifshitz, who's 85. Both Israeli citizens, both taken with their husbands from Kibbutz Nir Oz on October 7th. Ms. Lifshitz and her husband are founding members of that kibbutz. Her husband is still being held. A short time ago, she and Mrs. Cooper were handed over to the Red Cross at the Rafah border crossing into Egypt from southern Gaza, where they each were examined by medics before being put into ambulances for the first leg of their journey back to Israel. Now, the medics telling an Egyptian state-affiliated media outlet that Mrs. Cooper and Lifshitz were in stable condition. And just a few moments ago, we got this video of a military helicopter arriving at a hospital here in Tel Aviv, carrying the 2 freed women, now safely back here in Israel. This comes with sources telling CNN that the Biden administration has been pressing Israel to delay its ground incursion into Gaza to allow more time to get hostages out and humanitarian aid in from the south. That said, National Security spokesman John Kirby tells CNN tonight, quote, "We don't believe that this is the time for a ceasefire." There's certainly a lot to get to in the hour ahead. We begin with my conversation with Yocheved and Oded Lipshitz's daughter, Sharon, who grew up on Kibbutz Nir Oz and now lives in London. When we spoke, she had just gotten the news of her mother's release and was at Heathrow Airport about to catch a flight here. Sharon, what have you heard about your mother?
My mom, she's now with us. She's being flown out, and she's coming. I've seen a picture of her in a bed, in a hospital bed. She's waving her hand. I know that she's well enough to see and well enough to walk. I think she walked across the border. So my mom's story is an amazing story. My heart is with my father and the other 218 people or so that are still held hostage. This is a great sign that other things can happen.
Do you know the other hostage who's been released, Nurit?
Yes, of course. Of course, she's a kibbutz member. Her name is Nurit Kupa, and she's a member of. I know her all my life. Of course.
What did you, when you heard the news, what went through your mind?
It's impossible to describe. My mom, I think she has a good smile. I don't know. I'm so delighted, but my heart is with, this is a small ray of light in a big story that is still unfolding. My father is there. There's so many other people. We're waiting for good news about everyone. My heart is with all my friends and loved ones and everybody else that are still hostage. I think this is a great sign that we are moving in the right direction.
Your father is still being held hostage. Have you had any information about him?
I don't know any information at this. I'm waiting to hear what my mom says and what I do not know.
What is your message to other hostage families who are watching this, happy for you, wishing more were released? What's your message to them?
I hope we can share in this happiness and that when we can all join it together. This is not over, my mom is one ray of light and my phone is going berserk and everybody are happy for us. But I'm waiting to also be happy for them.
There are so many from Nir Oz who are killed, who are missing. It's a community of 400 people. A quarter of them are believed dead or missing. It's unthinkable.
More than a quarter. And we have to bring those that we still can. This is not a political issue. This is a humane issue. We have lost so many. People are going to funerals every day. Noya and Pamela are dead. This is a ray of light, but there's so much darkness. And I can't wait to hug my mom, and I can't wait to see my other members of my community and the region also hugging their loved ones. I have to go now.
There's a lot of members of your community who want to hug you as well. Have a good flight.
Thank you. We speak again soon. Thank you.
Sharon Lipschitz, we've just been able to establish communication with Ms. Lipschitz's grandson, Daniel, who's just seen his grandmother at the hospital. Daniel, how is she doing?
Well, she's talking. She can walk. She can hug her grandchildren, which are very happy from that, and we are very glad to meet her. It is incredible that we see her. We couldn't imagine that it will happen, and from one side I have so much joy and light from seeing her. I'm telling you, I came here from Eilat now with a helicopter to see her, and the joy in the hotel in Eilat that gives huge amount of hope for the other families, that was just inspiring. I felt like everyone are just hugging me in an amazing gesture. Like their people are there. They are not sure if they will be back, but it was just giving them so much joy, so much light that I have goosebumps all over my body now to think about it. I mean, for this community to see these two old women was just an amazing thing, and meeting my grandmother here was I was thinking that I would never see her again, and see her here is it's just amazing. And she's a hero. She has so much courage. She's so strong. She's sick, and she suffered, walks in tunnels and so many things. That she's I don't know. I don't know where this woman have this power from. And seeing her, which I know that she's so strong, I can imagine another ones. And I'm telling you, we have to be fast. Seeing my grandma like that, and from one side so happy, but from the other side, I see in her eyes what she's been through, and I know that the timeline, the clock is ticking, and making everything to bring all those hostages back is so evident now, and it's the top mission now for everybody.
A lot, what you were talking about, that's where most of the community from Near Oz has been relocated to now. You're all together. Did your grandmother, did she describe some of what her captivity was like? You mentioned tunnels that she was moving through.
So she mentioned that she was a walk, and then she was there in a room, but she didn't know much, and I actually didn't have the time to speak with her. So I know the officials will speak with her, and I'm sure they will know more. We were more in the hugging and crying and kissing her for coming here, and hearing the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I came from.
I mean, both
there. Yeah.
Both your grandmother and your grandfather, who is still being held, I mean, they sound like such extraordinary people. They were among the original founders of the community of Near Oz, which I think has been there for more than 50 years. They were peace activists in many ways. What are your thoughts? I mean, your grandfather is still being held. This is just, this is an impossible situation for families like yours.
It's so much joy and light and happiness from one side, and so much sadness, and still this roller coaster. We don't go out of it. I could describe my feeling like I went up on a roller coaster and I can't go out. When I sleep it's 10, but I'm still on the roller coaster, and I can never go out in the morning, in the night. And now my grandmother is back, but still now I'm more afraid about my grandfather, that is still there, and still no man been released. But if they are so extraordinary people, that even when they were so sick like that, they've been helping so many people in Gaza Strip. These sick people which had cancer and other disease, and they took them every week to the hospitals in Israel, hospital like where I am now, to get treatment and getting them back to Gaza Strip. And you mentioned their time, they're in the kibbutz since 1955, and it was a heaven, and imagine the hell came there.
Yeah, and there's so many people from Near Oz who have been murdered, so many who are believed to be still being held. Shiri Babas, her two children, her parents, their whereabouts are unknown. So many families from Near Oz. Daniel Lifshitz, I'm so happy for your family tonight. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you. Really, most important, as you said, those children, do everything for those children to come back.
Yeah, the two children, Shiri Babas, Erez Calderon, 12 years old, was also kidnapped from Near Oz, and many others. Daniel, thank you. We'll continue to be in touch with you. CNN's Clarissa Ward has more on all this. She joins us now from Cairo. Clarissa, what have you learned from that side of the border?
So it was earlier this evening, Anderson, that we first heard of ambulances kind of pulling up at the Rafah crossing. Essentially, Nurit Cooper and Yochi Lifshitz were released by Hamas militants. They actually released a propaganda video as well. We're not showing it. It shows the militants offering the woman tea and biscuits. Clearly, Hamas wants to use this or try to milk this to the best of their ability as a propaganda opportunity. The women were then escorted by members of the Red Cross into an ambulance, crossed to the Rafah side of the border. They were taken from there really straight to an airport where they were then flown out to a medical center where they now are. As you see, Daniel has just visited with his grandmother, who you just had on the show there. Questions still remain, of course, Anderson, about the future of all the other hostages who have been taken. There have been discussions of other deals in the works. We know the Egyptian government and the Qataris have been very actively involved in those negotiations, Anderson.
Yeah, Clarissa Ward, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Some perspective now from Rami Igra, who joins us once again, a former chief of the hostages and MIA unit of Mossad. Rami, what does this release of 2 more hostages tell you, particularly when it comes to Hamas's tactics and overall strategy?
Well, as we have already spoken, Hamas is using the hostages as their cards of negotiation. They are trying to do 2 things. First of all, they're trying to get a ceasefire. They would like to stop the Israeli attack, and they would like to stop the Israeli incursion. They're still under the false thought that by doing these things, Israel will change its resolve and not go into the Gaza Strip. The second thing is they're trying to so-called show their humanity. Remember, these people that are trying to show their humanity went into Near Oz, decapitated babies, killed elderly, killed women, raped women, and now they're trying to show to the world and to some of your viewers that maybe they're freedom fighters, but they're not freedom fighters. They are terrorists, and they're murderous terrorists, and this is what they're trying to do. Very important here is the fact that the Egyptians mediated this deal and not the Qataris. The Egyptians, as you understand, really hold the entrance to the Gaza Strip, the entrance where the supplies come. The Egyptians are also the people that don't want the Gaza Strip citizens to move into Egypt. There is another deal that is now brewing, and that's the deal for releasing 50 hostages. It's been talked about. Qataris have been putting it forward. Is it going to happen? We don't know. They insist on getting fuel into the Gaza Strip, and the Israeli government is against doing that. The fact is because they want this fuel to be used in the fighting that will come in the next couple of days or soon, very soon. The Israeli government has been holding back for several reasons. One is Netanyahu was being a little hesitant, and the fact that we're all letting all the possibilities of releasing these hostages come to light.
What kind of information can a released hostage provide that's useful to intelligence officials or in just finding out about the status of other hostages? In the past, have they been able to provide any information?
I don't think that there's any very important information. There is information, but as the grandson just said, the grandmother doesn't know a lot. She's gone into a room, she's been into a tunnel, but this is not going to give us a lot. The information is being gathered, and as I said before, the Israeli army now has put a lot of emphasis into gathering information about the hostages. This is the way, in the end, unless there's a miracle, and we all hope for a miracle. Unless there's a miracle, at the end, the way these hostages are going to come home is by force. And in order to do that, Israel has deployed a lot of gathering tools in order to gather the information needed to place the hostages and create special operation. This means visual information, a lot of cyber, human assets that Israel has in the Gaza Strip, all are working on the collection of this kind of information. What a hostage can tell is a perspective that doesn't really give you, any tools to use if you want to go into the area and release the other hostages.
Rami Igra, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Much more now on preparations for any possible move by the IDF into Gaza. CNN's Nick Robertson joins us from Sderot, not far from the Gaza border. What have you been seeing on the ground there?
Yeah, we're continuing to get artillery impacts, artillery taking off from outside of Gaza, impacting inside the Gaza Strip. It's low level compared to the very heavy missile strikes we were hearing last night. There are fighter jets in the sky, but it doesn't seem as if this is a particularly heavy night of shelling. During the day, Hamas or other groups have fired a couple of salvos of rockets into this town of Sderot. But as far as that incursion goes and the troops that are getting ready for it, according to the IDF Chief of General Staff, the troops are ready. They're ready to go. We're also learning that they're doing additional training. They're not moving away from the border as best we can tell at the moment, but again, they're also not formed up at the border. It doesn't appear that they're going to go in tonight, but we do get the sense that this continues to be the expectation. I don't think anything we're hearing, despite the hostage releases, despite Hamas's efforts to derail a possible incursion, I don't think we're hearing an off-ramp for it at the moment. And that was another detonation just heard in the background. Two fighter jets, two fighter jets, I think, in the sky behind me right now as well, Anderson.
The Israeli defense minister said today in a statement that Israel is preparing for what he called a multilateral operation. I assume that means by land, by sea, by air. Obviously, not a lot of detail in there. That's pretty obvious that it would be multilateral, no?
It is. I mean, look, you have to, when you go in, you have to overwhelm whatever Hamas resistance there's going to be. And one way you can do that is by air. I was just a couple of minutes ago hearing a helicopter flying by. We don't see them too often here, but absolutely helicopters can be expected to be involved supporting troops on the ground, even dropping troops deeper on the ground, and by sea, either support by shelling or troops landed by sea, because of course the top of the Gaza Strip is quite narrow, so you can bring troops in off the sea, you can drop some by helicopter, and others can come in by land. You can put a lot of forces on the ground concentrated in an area quite quickly, depending on the objective. And again, we don't know the specific objectives yet, but the town behind me, 2.5 kilometers away, Beit Hanun, that was one of the first objectives back in 2014, and quite likely will be again this time, Anderson.
Yeah, Nick Robertson, thank you again. Perspective now on Nick's reporting. Joining us, retired Army Colonel Peter Mansour, former top aide to General David Petraeus, and currently professor of military history at Ohio State University. Colonel Mansour, thanks so much for being with us again. Hamas could release all the hostages, or all the civilian ones if they wanted to, or all the wounded ones and the ones who need medication. Releasing two at a time like that, what do you see that as what's the tactic there?
Well, they're sort of dribbling them out, showing goodwill, but not giving away their trump card, which is these hostages that they can use to release Palestinian prisoners and as bargaining chips. I think that they will release those that are too ill to continue in captivity, because if they die in Hamas's care, it does Hamas no good to have them, a dead body on their hands, and then they'll be blamed for killing them. So this is what we're seeing, and it may go on for some time, but I think the ground invasion will begin before those hostages are released.
You and I talked earlier today, and you had said something that really got my attention. You said the fighting in Gaza City will be more complicated than it was for the U.S. in Fallujah in Iraq, as well as Mosul. What are the rules of engagement for IDF forces when they are fighting in an environment where it's urban warfare and there are a lot of civilians around? As many civilians who have gone down to the south, there's still a lot of civilians and a lot of, men, women, and children in Gaza City and elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So under the rules of war, the Israelis have to do what they can to minimize civilian casualties. They don't have to eliminate them. I've been thinking about parallels in history, and what I came up with was the Battle of Manila in 1945. There were about 1 million Filipinos in the capital city. The Japanese wouldn't let them leave. They used them as human shields, and the United States forces attacked to clear the city, and in the process, 100,000 Filipinos died, some of them by Japanese atrocities. This is a potential future for Gaza City if the Israeli forces use all the firepower at their disposal, as of the American Army did back in February 1945.
But what is the calculation, though, for a soldier manning a weapon in Gaza City? I mean, is how do you determine when it's okay to fire? I mean, who makes those choices?
Well, when it comes to the decision to pull the trigger, that's up to the individual soldier and his immediate leader. These are tough decisions. We saw it in the Battle of Mogadishu in 1992 when the Rangers went in, or maybe 93, the Rangers went into the center of Mogadishu, and there were a whole bunch of Somalis that were used as human shields, and the Rangers had to sometimes kill the civilians in order to kill the fighters hiding behind them. And this is something that the Israeli army's going to have to face, and hopefully they're being trained up for these eventualities while they're waiting for the invasion to begin.
Well, given the planning and training we saw from Hamas in their sickening attacks on October 7th, one has to assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that they have planned for this Israeli response. And I guess the conundrum is, if Israel does go in, are they doing what Hamas wanted? And if they don't go in, how do they defeat Hamas? Because they can't do it from the air.
Yeah, I think, it's the horns of a dilemma. I think this is exactly what Hamas wants. They want Israeli forces to go in, kill a lot of civilians. The Hamas fighters, with 15 years of preparation, can pop up in tunnels behind the Israeli forces, kill a lot of Israeli soldiers. That would be the ideal. But even if they lose, a lot of their civilians are going to get killed in the process, and that will inflame world opinion and turn the world against Israel. So it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. And I don't envy the Israeli government having to make this decision on whether to launch this ground invasion. But my guess is that they are going to remain committed to doing it.
Yeah, Colonel Munzer, I appreciate your time again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, my conversation with the mother and father of a 23-year-old American who was badly wounded when taken hostage by Hamas is being held tonight. Their reaction to video they didn't even know existed at first, and we'll tell you how they got to see it coming up. Also, a report from a hospital in Gaza City on the grim, horrible conditions there, which could only get worse in the days ahead.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
They get it. They know how it works. And more importantly, it works for them.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore.
I don't have to worry about a mortgage payment every month. It allowed me to live in my home and not have to pay payments.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, you can access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 800-719-5127.
It was the best thing I've ever done, and yes, without a doubt.
Just like these folks, AAG can show you how a reverse mortgage loan uses your built-up home equity to give you tax-free cash.
It's a good thing.
Why don't you get the facts like these folks did?
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. Call 800-719-5127. 800-719-5127.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. There's big news for women going through menopause. Veoza, a prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, the medical name for hot flashes and night sweats. With hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza is proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. For some women, it can start working in as early as 1 week. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before and during treatment. Most common side effects include stomach pain, diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, back pain, and hot flashes. Ask your doctor about hormone-free Veoza and enjoy more not flashes.
RSV can severely affect the lungs and lower airways.
But I'm protected with Arexvy.
Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. RSV can be serious for those over 60, including those with asthma, diabetes, COPD, and certain other conditions.
But I'm protected.
Arexvy is proven to be over 82% effective in preventing lower respiratory disease from RSV and over 94% effective in those with these health conditions. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain. I chose Arexvy. RSV, make it Arexvy.
I want to show you a picture of a 23-year-old American-Israeli Hirsch Goldberg Poland. He is believed to be a hostage right now in Gaza. Last Monday, I did a live interview with his mom, Rachel, and his dad, John. They told me that Hirsch's arm had been partially blown off by Hamas gunmen who tossed grenades into the shelter that he was hiding in after he escaped from the Nova Music Festival. Eyewitnesses had told them that their son Hirsch was put into a truck by gunmen and driven off, but they had no video of their son. So during that live interview a week ago, when we showed a picture of Hirsch, this picture, I realized I actually had seen their son and had a video of their son on my phone. It had been shown to me by a soldier at the music festival. We recorded it off his phone. We had permission from him to do so, and it had never been released publicly. I did not want to shock them during this live interview, so I waited till the interview was done, and then I called Rachel and John immediately, and I sent them the video, and it was their son Hirsch. I've been in touch with the family a lot this last week, and they now would like everyone to see this video. They want you to know what has happened to their child, and they want the world to know that there are seriously wounded people who were taken by Hamas, and this video is proof of that. We blurred out some parts of it, but we want to warn you, it is disturbing.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
God is great, the gunman shouts, recording on his phone. He checks the car, looking for anyone else hiding. Other gunmen shout as they bring survivors from the shelter. Come, come, they yell. Load them. That's Hirsch on the right, with another hostage. His left hand and part of his arm is blown off. The bone sticks out. The other hostage appears wounded as well. Another wounded hostage is dragged by his hair and tossed into the truck. A fourth man is thrown on top of them. When I sent the video to you, what was your initial...
First of all, it's a crazy sequence of events that we talk to you through a computer screen and then get a phone call from you saying, I have a video of your son.
I didn't want to say on live television.
Which we so appreciated.
Of course.
The way everything has unfolded, the gentleness that you used, because at the end of the day, you're a journalist, and journalists want a story, and that could have been dealt with in many other ways that were not kind and gentle.
So first seeing that video in general gave us a dose of optimism. And as horrible as it is as a parent to see your kid under gunpoint being pushed with one arm, the composure with which he's walking on his own legs, pulling himself with his one weak hand, he's a lefty and his left arm was blown off, pulling himself with his one weak hand onto the truck, gave me a real dose of strength that he's handling a horrible situation and he's doing it with composure.
I mean, we're saying he walked out calmly, which he did, but I think it was from shock.
They have this photo taken inside the shelter before Hamas gunmen began throwing grenades inside. Rachel says as many as 29 people were crammed together. That's Hirsch, and this is his friend, Honor Shapira.
So Hirsch and Honor went to the festival together. They've known each other since they were kids. Honor was by the door, and Honor, by everyone's account who we spoke to, as they were throwing in grenades, he would keep picking them up and throwing them out, picking them up and throwing them out. All these witnesses said there were 11 grenades thrown in. He threw out 8.
Rachel says 8 people survived and avoided capture by hiding under the blown-up bodies of the dead. But Honor Shapira didn't make it out alive.
His parents, they just came to our house on Friday, and the people who are identifying bodies actually let them know that they identified him with DNA, but in his hand he was holding a grenade. His dead body had a grenade in it, in his hand.
That's
I mean,
incredible.
he's the real hero. Those 8 people, and even the people who walked out and are now in Gaza, it's because of Honor.
How are you able to get through each day?
I personally feel like we have to keep running to the end of the earth to save him. And we have to try to go believing that somehow he got treatment and he's there, and he's in pain and he's suffering, but he's alive and he's there. And there are also the moments in this universe that we now live where you say, maybe he died on the truck. Maybe he bled out in that truck. Maybe he died yesterday. Maybe he died 5 minutes ago. And there are those moments where you think, how are these thoughts even, I don't understand these thoughts, but they're real thoughts.
They often go down to see their son's room. This is Hirsch's room?
This is Hirsch's room. This is also our, it's a steel door because it's our
Safe room.
bomb shelter. Yeah.
You can feel him here close. His globe, his books and mementos, it's all just as he left them. Rachel did make his bed, however. She wants it ready for when he returns.
We have a porch that's facing south, and I went out Friday night and I was like screaming to him. And I'm hoping, because Friday night, you know, we bless our children traditionally in Jewish homes. You bless your children on Friday night. So I was screaming. It's a traditional blessing from the Bible. And so I was screaming the blessing to him with my hands up. I usually put my hands on his head when he's home. So
What does the blessing say?
it says, may God bless you and keep you. May God's face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May God's countenance be lifted up toward you and give you peace. So
What do you want people to know about Hirsch?
he's just a super curious kid, and this wanderlust that he developed when he was, 6 or 7 years old has been his life, obsession. Always asking for maps and globes and atlases for his bar mitzvah. Really, these last few years, he's saved every penny to go on this trip that he has a ticket for on December 27th. He was going to go to India and then all points east.
Rachel and John were just on the cover of Time magazine. They're trying to get the world to pay attention to the plight of the hostages, particularly those like Hirsch who have serious wounds or medical issues.
As American Israelis, we've been embraced by the U.S. government. The support is there. The empathy is there from the U.S. We're obviously hungering for more than that. We want action. We want results. There are hostages from somewhere around 30 countries. Why have we not yet seen prime ministers, foreign ministers, global leaders screaming to get the wounded help?
Rachel also got to be in a call with other American families and President Biden.
And he stayed for 90 minutes, and he listened to us, and he cried with us.
I know loss. I've lost 2 children. I lost my wife. And I'm telling you that you need to go through this, but you also need to remember that you will be strong again for your family. You know, and he said things that because he knows loss, so it wasn't platitudes. It was someone speaking who has lost children, speaking to a mother who lost her 2 children. And it was a real moment of coming together just as people who know what pain is. You know, this very excruciating part of pain.
This is a particular kind of pain.
Correct. There's no playbook for this that we know of the game daily. Is he alive? Is he getting treatment? Did he die 15 days ago? Like, we're on the head of a pin, and every direction you fall is a bad direction. So a lot of how we get through the day, when you asked that before, is we're trying to balance on the head of the pin and just get everything done with the hope that he'll come home to us alive, and he'll go on that trip with one hand.
Stand by.
John and Rachel. With me now is Avi Meir, editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. I mean, this situation with hostages is so sickening and horrific. Do you hear? I mean, when you talk to people here, is that what people talk about first? What do you hear from people?
Well, I think Israelis are in a state of shock, in a state of trauma, and they're also in this sort of waiting game, not knowing whether this ground offensive is going to happen or not. You know, there are 360,000 people who are massed on the border, and that affects families across the country. We're talking about people's siblings, spouses, parents in some cases, and so I think that's what people are mostly thinking about. But of course, the hostage situation is very much on people's minds, and that's been very much the conversation in Israel at this time.
Hamas could release all their hostages right away. I mean, the game that they're playing of releasing 2 by 2, it's very clear there's a tactic there, there's a strategy there, the manipulation of it. It is incredible to me, though, that, you know, wounded hostages, infants, toddlers, people with severe medical conditions are still being held.
It's shocking. I mean, there's no words to describe anything we've encountered over the past 2 weeks. I don't know that the English language has the vocabulary to enable us to describe what we're all going through, but the horror of having small infants, elderly people, people with disabilities or chronic illnesses who are still being held by Hamas as hostages and are not being released is unfathomable. And we don't know exactly what their calculus is, how they're deciding who they are releasing and who they're not. But obviously we all hope that everyone's released very, very soon.
The thing that I think people who have not been here and have not been to Be'eri, which you were at, have not been to Nir Oz and the Novo Music Festival site, do not understand or don't want to think about is the personal nature of this brutality. I mean, this is people looking each other in the eye and shooting to death Bracha Levinson in Nir Oz and logging onto her Facebook account and live streaming it for her friends and family to see. I mean, this is kind of a new, there's something particularly personal about this.
I think the cruelty of it all was so shocking to many Israelis. I think, you know, Israelis know Hamas. They're not new to Hamas. They know it's a terrorist organization that wants to murder Israelis and wants Israel not to exist. But I think for many years, Israelis thought of Hamas as a somewhat pragmatic organization that was mostly tasked with caring for the people of Gaza, ensuring their economic well-being, and so on and so forth. And what you saw on Saturday the 7th was an organization that is insatiable in its thirst to just murder Jews in the most horrific and cruel ways. And I think that that is a wake-up call for many Israelis who are trying to figure out how to grapple with that and how does Israel move forward at this point.
There's also this, obviously, the political situation in Israel has been incredibly divisive over the last, year or so. How does that impact, the lack of confidence many people have in Netanyahu, how does that impact the way people think now about the possible ground operation, or does it?
Well, I think the fact that we now have an emergency unity government is helpful in that respect, because you have...
That was the whole idea of having this emergency
Exactly. The Prime Minister's primary opponent, of course, is Benny Gantz, who was defense minister under Netanyahu, and they had a major falling out, is now a part of the government, a part of the decision-making circle. I think that's helpful in ensuring that the people of Israel do have the confidence that this government can lead the country forward and do whatever it must to ensure that Hamas never has the capacity to carry out a massacre like this ever again.
The number of people from the intelligence community, from the military leadership, they have accepted a level of responsibility for the intelligence failures, for the lack of response, apologized in some ways. Netanyahu has not done that. Is that something you hear from people? Are there many Israelis who want that, or are they not thinking about that at the time?
Israelis are very much thinking about that. I think, right now they're just thinking about how to move forward, how to ensure that Israel does whatever it must to ensure that Hamas doesn't have the capacity to ever do this again. But we know that there's going to be a reckoning after all this. There's going to be a commission of inquiry. I don't see, quite frankly, how Netanyahu survives this politically.
This isn't something that's just going to get pushed down the road.
No, this is a cataclysmic event. I think this is a turning point in Israeli history, and we're going to see a totally different political map at the end of this.
Mayor, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. We've got a lot more ahead. Clarissa Ward is back with us with new reporting on the situation in Gaza. Clarissa, what's the latest on aid getting in? You're reporting from Egypt tonight.
So, Anderson, through the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza, another convoy of trucks of aid went in today. That brings the total number of trucks in the last 3 days to just over 60. But to give you some perspective, that's 60 trucks in about 16 days compared to what would normally be in the same time period, more than 7,000 trucks of aid. And all of this is happening against the backdrop of some of the most relentless and punishing bombardment, more than 300 strikes in Gaza last night alone. And it's the hospitals, Anderson, that are really feeling the pressure, the situation going from critical to dire. You are entering the Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. This is just 1 minute and 1 day. But doctors tell us it could be any minute of the last 16 days. It is a scene from hell. Many of the patients are young children. The reception area, now a triage center. And everywhere you turn, another casualty. Every one of these people has been ordered by Israel's military to evacuate the hospital, including the staff, already outnumbered and overwhelmed. And as the punishing bombardment continues, the wounded keep flooding in. Doctors say there's nowhere else for them to go, and no safe way to transport them out.
We had the mass casualties once or twice a day, but now we have every half an hour casualties, so it is overloaded. Our emergency department and our OT department and our IBD department are overloaded with the patients.
Dr. Marwan Abu Sada warns that the situation is about to get dramatically worse. The hospital, he says, is just 2 days away from running out of fuel, needed to power the generators that are keeping the hospital and its patients alive. If you do run out of fuel in 2 days, what will you do? I mean, what can you do?
I think the international community will be part of the process of killing of our people. If they don't act on Israel to allow to get this fuel to enter Gaza, what to do for the people who are in the ICU and mechanical ventilator? What about the neonates, the small babies? We have more than 130 in our neonatal ICU units. What to do with them? They will, I think we are allowing them to die in peace. This is the issue if we don't have fuel to run our generators in the hospital.
Just a trickle of aid has been allowed to cross into Gaza, and none of it fuel. Blocked by Israel, it says over concerns it will be taken by Hamas. Hundreds of trucks are waiting along the Egyptian side of the border. Diplomatic efforts to establish a continuous humanitarian corridor have failed, and there is no more time for debate.
is, Clarissa. Can you talk about why fuel has become such a sticking point here?
Well, from the Israeli perspective, Anderson, they say that Hamas has been stealing fuel. They are concerned that if more fuel goes in, that they will co-opt it and take it and use it for their own purposes. At the same time, it is abundantly clear from talking to humanitarian organizations on the ground, talking to the UN, talking to Dr. Abu Sada at the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza, that fuel is essential. Not just even for the generators, Anderson. Fuel is essential also for their desalination plants. Dr. Abu Sada talked a lot about how people are now drinking brackish water because there isn't fresh water and they need to keep these desalination plants going. So fuel is life for the people of Gaza, but so far there is just a paralysis, an inability, it seems, for everyone to come together and try to come up with some kind of mechanism that could satisfy Israel's concerns, but ensure that that desperately needed fuel gets to where it needs to be, Anderson.
I mean, organizations, the UN has people on the ground. Does the UN say that Hamas takes stuff from them? I mean,
the UN has not publicly said anything like that, and we haven't. The only place we have heard that from on the record is from the IDF. Actually, they reiterated a claim on our air earlier tonight. They said that Hamas had stolen fuel and that they have 1,000 liters of fuel that they could be giving to the hospitals, that they do have fuel. Just to give you perspective, when we interviewed Dr. Marwan Abu Sada, he said that even when they turn off the electricity and the AC, that one hospital goes through 9,000 liters of fuel a day. And there are many hospitals in the Gaza Strip right now, all of them desperate for fuel, all of them on the brink of running out. So even if this claim that Hamas has taken this fuel and is holding this 1,000 liters of fuel is true, that would potentially help one hospital to operate for maybe a few hours, Anderson.
All right, Fisher Ward, thanks. Just ahead. Difficulties Israel is now facing from the fact that it's not just security threats from Gaza and southern Lebanon to deal with. A report from the West Bank next.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
They said you can't create an app without coding. We said, why not? Today, over 10 million businesses have created apps using AppyPie's no-code platform. So you start to wonder, can I do even more without code? Like, can I create fully customizable apps, automate workflow? The answer is yes, because we are leveraging the power of AI so you can achieve exponentially more. Create AI-powered apps without coding. Visit AppyPie now.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser powers through tough messes, so it makes it look like I spent hours cleaning. And no, I didn't.
It makes my running shoe look like new. It's amazing.
It's so good. It makes it look like I have magical powers.
Magic Eraser and sheets make cleaning look easy.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at Eucora.com.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
You dream about playing for your country. Can I get a witness? On the biggest stage.
little lines are everywhere, guiding us when we need a little help, giving us a heads up, and warning us before we cross them. So that when life doesn't give us the yellow line,
Can you grab that?
we know what to do. Let's keep it preventable.
8 million people in Canada live with chronic pain. It's a condition that can last for years and have serious impacts on both physical and mental health. That's why Pain Canada is uniting a national community to find support and to take action towards a common goal. A dramatically improved system of care and support for people with pain. Find practical resources and connect with our community at paincanada.ca.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
In addition to Israel's fight against Hamas in the south and Hezbollah to the north, we're also closely watching an increasingly volatile situation in the West Bank. Israeli forces have increased incursions into the occupied territory, targeting what they say are Hamas operatives. The Hamas-controlled Palestinian Health Ministry says 95 Palestinians have been killed there and more than 1,800 injured since the October 7th attack. Sarah Seidner has more on the growing tensions between Palestinians and Jewish settlers there.
He's had enough.
Natan Duek is doing his normal dad duties. But this scene is not at all normal. Everything has changed in their Jewish settlement in the West Bank.
We need to protect ourselves because we're surrounded by people who don't necessarily like us.
Since the October 7th attack to their south by Hamas on Shabbat, Duek rejoined the army and is patrolling his fortified neighborhood instead of working his factory job.
At the end of Shabbat, we say a prayer asking God to help us and to keep our children safe and to keep our soldiers safe. And some of these words, I just couldn't say them because, you know, we weren't safe on October 7th.
Jewish settler presence in the West Bank has always been fraught, deemed illegal by international law because they're built on occupied Palestinian land. But this is a different kind of fear, he says. Hanan Ashrawi is a Palestinian activist and a former Palestinian Liberation Organization official.
They tell you they're afraid. Why are you committing a war crime? Why are you living on Palestinian land illegally? Just because Israel tells you you can? This is occupied territory.
And she says then there's the growing settler-Palestinian violence. Violence between Jewish settlers and Palestinians has been caught on camera for decades. One of the latest shows settlers throwing rocks and firing guns at Palestinian homes. In another incident, after a confrontation, a Jewish settler shoots an apparently unarmed Palestinian man in the stomach. We asked Yossi Dagan, the governor of some 60 settlements in the West Bank, about this incident. How do you defend the Palestinians who've been killed by settlers? I'm supposed to explain to CNN why terrorists that tried to kill civilians or soldiers were shot by security forces, the police, or the army? With all due respect, I don't really understand the question. We clarified in English and Hebrew, showing him the video. So this is why I'm asking this, because this information is out. Groups are saying, look, the settlers, it's not the IDF, it's people fighting against Palestinians and shooting them. What you are showing me now is an edited, tenditious video of attempts of terrorists to hurt and kill Jews that are protecting themselves. This happens a lot, and unfortunately, there aren't two equal sides. The video you're seeing is not edited, but Palestinians agree with one thing he said: the sides are not equal. They say they are the overwhelming victims in this. In the 2 weeks after October 7th alone, more than 90 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank from attacks by settlers and the Israeli security forces, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health in the West Bank. Back in settlement Kiryat Netafim, Durek does his patrols to protect his family and neighbors like Liat Hartov.
I live here for 24 years. I never feared. Never.
We work with them, we talk with them, we work with them in the industrial zone just across the road. They're friends. We're friends with them. It was always like that.
And now?
Something has been cracked. That something is not the same anymore.
Sir Seidner joins me now from Jerusalem. The issue of settlers is a hugely controversial one here, and the government of Benjamin Netanyahu has been very encouraging, certainly, of those settlers.
Yeah, they have. And look, Ilat told us, the woman you just heard there, that she basically moved there because the land was cheap in part, but many settlers also moved there for religious reasons. They believe that it is part of the Jewish biblical homeland that they refer to as Judea and Samaria. Of course, international law says something very different, says that they are occupying Palestinian land illegally. And what happens in all of this is, as more and more of these settlements occur, the Palestinians see this as less and less of a chance for them to have their own state one day, their own official state, as their territory is literally shrinking. Anderson?
Yeah, Sarah Seidner, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
Experience the art of high-pressure brewed coffee with the Bluff barista system. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors that satisfy your senses like never before. Inspired by French artistry and elevated by high pressure, it's a dramatically different coffee experience, complete with a kiss of velvet smooth crema. The Bluff barista coffee and espresso system, now brewing Pete's Coffee.
The hero of the firm returns in John Grisham's stunning sequel, The Exchange. This fast-paced international thriller might be Grisham's best yet. The Exchange, After the Firm, is in stores now.
Hockey season begins with celebration. Time to celebrate again.
Hey there, stop changing channels. I'm out here in the woods, and you gotta see this. It's the new Patriot Power Generator 2000X, a solar generator worth its weight in gold when your power goes out, with double the capacity and expandable, so you can run your fridge even longer. It's fume-free, safe to use inside, and never needs gas, ever. Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com and do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I started in 2016, I would go to the post office and literally fill out each person's name on a label. And now at ShipStation, we are shipping 500 beauty boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I'm MJ Lee at the White House, and this is CNN.
For information on how to help the humanitarian efforts in Israel and Gaza, CNN's Impact Your World has gathered a list of vetted organizations on the ground responding to the crisis. You can go to cnn.com/impact. You can also text the word relief to the number 707070. CNN's coverage in Israel continues. The Source with Caitlin Collins starts now.
Good evening and welcome to The Source. I'm Caitlin Collins. Tonight, 2 more hostages have been freed, 17 days after they were kidnapped by Hamas. We've just obtained new video of the 2 Israeli women who were released, taken to a medical center in Tel Aviv tonight. They are 79-year-old Nurit Cooper, whom you can see here, and 85-year-old Yehoved Lifshitz. Both were kidnapped along with their husbands from the kibbutz near Oz, near Gaza, on that deadly day. Their husbands, I should note, were not released tonight and instead do still remain captives of Hamas. These 2 women were released, we are told, to the Red Cross at the Rafah crossing. That's between Egypt and Gaza. This happened just in the last several hours. And this news comes 3 days after the release of Judith and Natalie Renan. That was last Friday, and now they are expected to be back on their way to the United States this week. Over 200 hostages do still remain in Gaza tonight. A number that we do know includes American citizens. CNN has now learned that the White House, meantime, the background of all of this, is quietly urging Israel to delay its invasion of Gaza in order to buy more time to potentially get more hostages out. The White House has been extremely careful with how they've been talking about this in recent days. That much was evident as President Biden today, as he was speaking with reporters about this, quickly corrected himself after the mere mention of a ceasefire.
Why did you suggest that we should have a ceasefire? It's not a ceasefire, we should have those hostages released, and then we can talk.
A White House spokesperson also followed up on that clarification on CNN earlier, saying that the Biden administration does not believe that this is the time for a ceasefire. Now, just to fill you in on those two women, those two hostages whose families are obviously so grateful tonight that they are safe and that they are now in Israel in the care of the IDF. What we are told about sources, how this all came down, is there was some behind-the-scenes negotiating happening between the Egyptians and the Qataris. That's what sources told us. Nurit Cooper and Yehaved Lifshitz are now at a medical center. They are undergoing checkups, obviously, to make sure that they are okay. That's something that we saw happen with Judith and Natalie Renan when they were released last Friday. Their family members are waiting for them, we are told. But of course, this news is bittersweet for a lot of families out there, a lot of the relatives of other hostages who still have no news about their loved ones. It is believed to be 218 hostages that are still in Gaza tonight. Anderson Cooper joins me now live from Tel Aviv. And Anderson, I know you got to speak with Yehaved's daughter, Sharon. What did she tell you?
She's obviously overjoyed about the news about her mom. She was actually at the airport about to board a flight to come here to Tel Aviv to see her mom. She's going to be landing shortly if she hasn't already gotten here. She's obviously still thinking very much about her father who is in custody and all the other hostage families. Let's listen in.
It's impossible to describe. My mom, I think she has a good smile. I don't know. I'm so delighted, but my heart is with, this is a small ray of light in a big story that is still unfolding. My father is there. There's so many other people. We're waiting for good news about everyone. My heart is with all my friends and loved ones and everybody else that are still hostage. I think this is a great sign that we're moving in the right direction.
Your father is still being held hostage. Have you had any information about him?
I don't know any information at this. I'm waiting to hear what my mom says and what I do not know.
And Caitlin, when I asked her what her message was to all the other families of hostages, many from her community, from Nir Oz, she started to cry, and she clearly is thinking very much of them tonight and the pain that they are experiencing, and very much wants all of these hostages to come home.
Yeah, it's such a difficult moment to be so overjoyed for your own family, and at least, for her it's still bittersweet because her father is still being held tonight. And Anderson, you mentioned Nir Oz, the kibbutz where these women were kidnapped. That's where Hamas came in. They killed many people there. They slaughtered many people there. They took others hostage. I know you went inside Nir Oz. What did you see when you were in there?
Yeah, as you see from the images, it's all still like it was on October 7th when people were slaughtered and when the gunmen finally left. This is how they left it. There's blood stains still on people's floors in safe rooms where they were shot, where they were killed, people kidnapped. I talked to Zlichitz's grandson who saw her at the hospital tonight. He was flown in from Eilat. That is where most of the community of Nir Oz has been moved to. They're basically living together in a hotel there. These kibbutzim are very close agrarian communities. This family has been there. They were part of the founding of this kibbutz back in the early 50s, I believe. So they are very, very tightly knitted together, these families. They grow up together. They live there much of their lives. And they are together now in exile, essentially, and all waiting for word of loved ones who are missing, or and many of whom are still being discovered as dead.
Yeah, they've all been displaced from their homes. And I mean, these two more hostages now, it's a total of 4 who've been released by Hamas since last Friday. I mean, there's still so many other families that are waiting on words of their loved ones. And our reporting is, Anderson, is that, the White House has been quietly and not directly telling them, but trying to get Israel to delay this planned ground incursion into Gaza because they're worried about the hostages. They're worried about not being able to get them out. But obviously, the IDF has continued its aerial strikes in Gaza. I mean, what is the latest that you've seen on the ground in Tel Aviv as far as what that response looks like militarily?
And I think a couple of Israeli officials have publicly said that they're not getting that message from the U.S. Of course, remains to be seen. Look, the question is, does this drip release of 2 hostages one night, 2 hostages several nights later, does that add to the pressure to delay? Certainly, Hamas would like to see a delay, a ceasefire altogether. They are very eager to get fuel supplies in there. There's a lot of humanitarian organizations who obviously would like to see a ceasefire. They want to get more relief supplies coming over the Rafah border. But look, there's more than 300,000 troops amassed on the border. It would be very hard to imagine a long-term ceasefire, a long-term pause, given the state of readiness it appears to be on the brink here. But again, that's going to be a political and diplomatic solution if there is one.
Yeah, we'll see. Anderson Cooper, thank you for that. I'm joined now by former Israeli ambassador to the UK and current senior advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Mark Regev. Thank you for joining me, Mr. Ambassador, for being here. We're being told that the U.S. has advised Israel to delay its ground invasion of Gaza in order to allow for more time to get other hostages out. Is that something that the Israeli government is receptive to?
So we want to get the hostages out too. They're our people. But we believe the best way to do that is to keep the pressure up on Hamas. This terrorist organization isn't suddenly going to become humanitarian and release hostages because it's the right thing to do. They're going to release hostages because they're under pressure. And so we believe upgrading the pressure on Hamas, that's the military pressure, that's the diplomatic pressure on their allies and supporters abroad, that's the right way to get people out. And as we increase the pressure, we'll see more people released.
Well, I am hoping you could clear something up because on Saturday the reporting was that Hamas had offered to release 2 hostages. They provided names. It was widely reported in the media, the regional media at least. But the Prime Minister's office said that was, I'm quoting the PMO's office now, said it was propaganda lies. Of course, we did just see these 2 women released today. Did Israel initially reject that offer? Can you explain what happened here?
I think this is Hamas disinformation. It's not logical at all to presuppose that Israel would refuse to accept hostages released. It's just ridiculous. It was psychological warfare. Anyone they release, we'll of course accept, and our demand is that, there's more than 200 people held hostage. We don't just want 1 or 2 released, we want them all released. They should all be released unconditionally and immediately. And before they're released, they should all be visited by the International Committee of the Red Cross, which is asked to see the hostages, but of course Hamas has refused that.
Yeah, of course, everyone wants all of the hostages home. I spent a lot of time with their families last week. But is Israel telling Hamas via intermediaries that Israel will only take bigger groups of hostages, or has that changed?
No, Israel's message is clear. We will keep hitting the Hamas military machine. We'll keep applying the pressure. We think, first of all, we're going to defeat Hamas on the battlefield and destroy their military machine. But that pressure is also instrumental in speeding up the release of the hostages.
Is it accurate that Israeli government officials said that they want all the hostages released before the delivery of fuel is allowed into Gaza, as is being reported tonight?
So fuel is a difficult issue. Israel has given the green light for medicine, for water, for food, humanitarian aid for the civilian population. Obviously, we don't have a problem with that. Fuel, unfortunately, is essential for the Hamas military machine. They need it for their rockets, they need it for their underground terror network of tunnels, and we understand that. And we had a documented case last week where fuel, I think 6 tankers, CNN reported, went in through the Rafah crossing with Egypt, and then that fuel a large proportion of it. And it was said, of course, the fuel's going to generators in hospitals to help save lives, and yet Hamas, at gunpoint, stole a large proportion of that fuel, and we presume it was diverted to their military machine. And we've said to the Americans, and President Biden has addressed this issue publicly, yes, if supplies that are meant for the people of Gaza, that are supposed to alleviate human suffering, are in fact stolen by Hamas, there must be consequences.
But is the delivery of more fuel tonight conditional on the release of all the hostages?
No, at the moment we have no interest in more fuel going to the Hamas military machine, and we have not authorized fuel. We've authorized medicine, we've authorized water, we've authorized foodstuffs. We've not authorized anything else. And we're in a state of war with Hamas, and we have no interest whatsoever in helping them beef up their military machine. On the contrary, we want to destroy their military machine.
So just to be clear, even if they released all the hostages, that doesn't change your mind on fuel being allowed into Gaza, is that right?
The government decision is that fuel doesn't go in because it'll be stolen by Hamas, and it'll be used by them to power rockets that are fired into Israel to kill our people.
We've all been talking about when this ground invasion is going to occur. Of course, what that is going to look like. We have heard from the U.S. that they've urged the Israeli government to delay it. Do you believe that a ground invasion, if it goes forward, makes the release of more hostages less likely, sir?
We don't take a ground incursion lightly. First of all, there's the fate of the hostages. And secondly, we know that our young soldiers going into battle, it'll be dangerous. I mean, Hamas has dug in. They've got their underground network of tunnels. They've got their booby traps. They've got their bunkers. It'll be difficult fighting, and I'm realistic. I know that those young soldiers going into battle will face life-threatening situations, and unfortunately, not all of them will come back alive, and that's sad reality. Though I was speaking to some young soldiers, and they're committed to this. They know it needs to be done. They know that we cannot continue to live beside this terror enclave. So in a ground incursion to Gaza, we take it very seriously. We know the risks involved, both for the hostages and for our fighting men. But this has to be done. Let's be clear. Israel refuses to go back to the sort of reality of 6 a.m. on October 7th, where we live next to this terrorist enclave, and they can inflict the sort of deadly, horrific, gruesome violence that they inflicted upon us. We refuse to live that way anymore. We will destroy Hamas's military machine, and in so doing, not only do we better protect our own people and safeguard their security, but I believe we create opportunities for a better reality for the people of Gaza, who for 16 years have lived under Hamas rule, which has only brought them hardship and suffering and impoverishment.
Yeah, well, there are still major questions, though, about what happens to the Palestinian civilians if Israel is successful. And no one has really articulated who would be in charge of Gaza if that does happen. But when you look at what happened, and President Biden being in Tel Aviv last week, sitting in on that wartime cabinet meeting, how much influence does the U.S. have over when Israel does move forward with that ground invasion?
Look, America is our best friend. It's our strongest ally. And in Israel, people have appreciated greatly President Biden's forthright support, and not just in his words, but in his actions. He's giving us the tools we need. He's replenishing our armaments so we have the tools we need to defeat Hamas. And by moving those two carrier groups to the region, he's shown that, he wants to deter others who might see the war in Gaza as an excuse to attack Israel on another front. I mean, we have nothing but praise for President Biden. And of course, when you have a good friend, you listen to what they have to say. But Israel is a sovereign country, and we'll make our own decisions according to our own assessment of our national security.
You are a senior advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu. When we hear from some officials or some former military officers who say that they believe he should resign over how this was handled, over the government's role and lack of a response, a slow response on that day. When you speak to him, I mean, does he accept any responsibility for what happened on October 7th in terms of how the government handled that?
I mean, in Israel, there's no shortage of former officers, and they've all got their own opinions, and you'll have a whole range of opinions across the spectrum. But I think it's clear we have to do a serious, when this is over, yes, when we've defeated Hamas, then there's going to be, of course, an intense public conversation in Israel about lessons learned and mistakes made. I mean, first of all, we were surprised. The intelligence didn't get in time that Hamas was going to launch this brutal, murderous attack that they did on October 7th. I mean, they massacred us because we weren't prepared and there wasn't the warning. Second, we have to ask, why is it that the fence that we'd spent so much time building and technology and so forth, which was supposed to be an impassable barrier, that they passed it so quickly and relatively easily? And thirdly, there's the question of why did it take us so long to clear out those terrorists who infiltrated into Israel? And it's true, there were a lot of them, over 1,000. But still, it took us days, as you will recall, for us to clear out our own sovereign territory from Hamas terrorists who were roaming and killing and keeping people hostage and so forth. So for all these reasons and more, we need to have serious investigations. Ultimately, we have to learn from our mistakes. And the only way you learn from the mistakes is by studying exactly what happened. And there will be lessons learned. But to be fair, I think the focus today has to be on winning this war. We didn't want this war. It was forced upon us. But having been put in this situation, we will win it. We'll win it on our terms. And there's definitely going to be, when this is over, a serious process of looking at lessons that need to be learned.
Ambassador Mark Regev, thank you for your time tonight.
Thanks for having me, Caitlin. Much appreciated.
And I should note, as far as his comments there on fuel, what we here at CNN know is that no fuel has entered Gaza in these aid trucks since the war began. It's our understanding that the ambassador was referencing what we heard from an IDF spokesperson earlier, alleging that Hamas stole fuel that had already been in Gaza. Coming up on the rest of the source tonight, the kibbutz where Nurit and Yocheved were abducted. It's about 7 miles north of another one on the Gaza border. That's kibbutz Kisifim. I visited it this weekend. The IDF allowed a small group of foreign press inside to bear witness to the brutality that happened there. That story is next. Also ahead, an update from Gaza, where more aid trucks have arrived today, but no, it is not nearly enough for the civilians who live there.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987. Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987.
How do we decide what hotel to book? Fear not. I got you. Choice Hotels is a hotel for every type of stay.
like a comfort with the kiddos.
Spacious.
That's what they all say. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
Stars Play in Abu Dhabi is the region's leading streaming service that brings you the magic of films and the excitement of sports to your favorite device, be it a television or your mobile phone. With a business like ours, we need a range of talent from technology as well as creative. We found Abu Dhabi to be our hub for accessing that type of talent.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
So far, 2,000 children have been killed in Gaza. That's according to the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health. I want to pause here before we go any further forward, because I want to let you know that what you're about to see is graphic. It's very disturbing. These are images and videos of children. In the morgues in Gaza, some of the tiny bodies that you see have names written on their limbs, which parents did so that if their children were killed, their bodies could later be identified in morgues like this one. And this comes as some doctors in Gaza say that they are operating on patients without using painkillers because their supplies are dwindling. And today, 20 more trucks of humanitarian aid entered Gaza through that Rafah border crossing. But the United Nations has made clear 100 per day is what would be needed for all of the civilians who are there. So far, as you just heard from that senior advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu, none of them have included fuel, given the concerns that he says that Israel has about what Hamas would do to use it for its military capabilities. But without that fuel, Gazans are running out of power tonight.
We're just waiting for the electricity to run out with the fuel, and then that will be the death throw of the health system. And without electricity, this hospital will just be a mass grave.
Joining me now is the executive director of UNICEF, Kathy Russell, and I'm so glad you're here tonight because you're hearing from these doctors, from people in Gaza who are saying, without fuel, the Gaza Strip runs on fuel. And you just heard the senior advisor to the Prime Minister say, no more fuel is going into Gaza at this time. I mean, how much of an impact does that have on the people, the civilians in Gaza?
Well, I think in general, and the images show that, it's just such a horrible, terrible situation for the people who live there. And the fuel is important for two reasons. One, because they use it for generators, and the generators provide electricity or power essentially in hospitals. So the incubators that are keeping babies alive right now depend on fuel. And at the same time, we need fuel for the humanitarian workers who are trying to do their work there and provide some support. So if they can't get around, they're really limited in what they can do. So it's just all in all a catastrophic situation on the humanitarian side and very, very worrying for us.
But what happens to those babies, preemie babies? They have to have oxygen. They have to be connected to it constantly. It's not something you can just turn off for a little bit and turn back on.
No, you can't. And I think for now they're managing with the teeny little bits of fuel that they have left. But at some point it will run out. And I think at that stage, we can just imagine what happens to these children. It's really just a terrible, terrible situation for them.
The concern that we heard from the advisor there was saying that if they allow fuel to get into Gaza, then it gets into Hamas's hands. They steal it. They don't let it go to civilians. They instead let it go to their military capabilities. I mean, would the United Nations be able to monitor that? Are those concerns warranted? What do officials say about that?
This is the challenge. I think it would be hard for the United Nations certainly to monitor it. But I think if you step back, wars are always very difficult. You have to make trade-offs all the time, but there are humanitarian rules that apply in law, in war. And essentially the idea is that civilians shouldn't suffer, right? That we should try to do our best to protect them. And that means making sure that they have food and water, that they have access to health care. And I think that is an obligation on all of us, regardless of the fact that we're in a war. There are wars all over the place. But at the same time, we have to make sure that civilians, and from the perspective of UNICEF, especially children, are protected, because children don't start wars, right? And they're powerless to stop them, but they suffer so much in these conflicts. And I think all of us as an international community have to come together and figure out a way to make sure that they are harmed as little as possible in these situations.
And part of that, I mean, UNICEF is calling for a ceasefire. They say it's needed for humanitarian purposes. You heard how carefully President Biden was talking about a ceasefire earlier today. He mentioned it and he quickly said, not a ceasefire. I'm saying release all the hostages and then we can talk. Israel, though, does not seem to have any interest in moving forward with one. What happens to civilians if there is no ceasefire in Gaza?
Well, first of all, we desperately need a humanitarian ceasefire. We have to be able to move supplies into these areas. These children who are there don't have water, right? They don't have food. They don't have medicine. None of us can tolerate a situation like that. We have got to figure out a way that these hostilities can stop for some period of time so the humanitarian workers can move in and do it safely as well. I mean, we can't have humanitarian workers, being killed while they're doing their work, which unfortunately has happened. Yeah. So I think there really needs to be an effort to try to make sure that there is access by humanitarians so they can save lives of children and others who are stuck in this situation.
If there was one, I mean, what would that look like? Would it be for a few hours so that aid can get in, so humanitarian workers can come in? I mean, what is the kind of...
Yeah, I think we'd have to obviously negotiate it, and it would be challenging. And as you can see from the efforts to try to get things over the border, right, supplies in through Rafah, everything is very complicated to try to do. But there has to be a commitment to say, yes, we are in a conflict here. It's there are very, very complicated reasons for that. But at the end of the day, we have an obligation to try to help protect innocent civilians. And again, from UNICEF's perspective, particularly children who have absolutely nothing to sort of bring to the table in terms of responsibility, but a lot to bring to the table in terms of vulnerability and exposure. And as we see with the numbers, many children are dying.
A lot of what we've seen from inside Gaza has come from people's videos, from their phones. I mean, there's not a ton of press on the ground there because it's so difficult to get inside. From what you've heard from these humanitarian workers who are in there, I mean, can you just kind of tell everyone else the snapshot of what they're seeing?
I think what they're seeing is some of the imagery that you're seeing, which is that people who are desperate, they are really terrified by what's happening around them. You see these images of children running, trying to get away, parents carrying children. I mean, it's devastating. And we have staff who work there. I've been on calls with them. They're in this very horrible situation where they're there as humanitarian workers, but their ability to help is really limited, and they're also subjected to the same sorts of challenges, right, that the population is subjected to. So it's a really terrible situation. They also, typically in a case like that, we would move what we call surge, sort of bring new staff in, take staff out. We can't do any of that. So it's a very difficult situation, and I think something has to change. And I think we have to really prioritize the rights and the interests of children and other innocent people who are there and kind of stuck in this absolute horrific nightmare.
Kathy Russell, Executive Director of UNICEF, thank you for coming, and please tell your workers we're thinking of them. Thank you for sharing that tonight.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Of course, the images that we have been seeing out of Gaza and Israel are deeply impacting everyone. We've heard from so many people who have been watching our coverage. For more information on how you can help these humanitarian efforts with a list of vetted organizations that are on the ground responding, including UNICEF, you can go to cnn.com/impact, or you can text relief to 707070 to donate tonight. Of course, while I was on the ground in Israel, we saw evidence of the atrocities that were committed by Hamas firsthand at a kibbutz where more than a dozen people were killed. The images are haunting, and so are the stories behind them. We talked to those who survived, about their family members who did not. That's next.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. It's something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire.
Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me. If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
You dream about playing for your country.
Can I get a witness?
On the biggest stage.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
They put food on our tables, care for our loved ones, and help build our communities. Canada needs over 400,000 migrant workers to fill employment gaps and sustain our growing economy. Mosaic BC's Migrant Workers Program provides support services to migrant workers, but more needs to be done. Like many others, migrant workers also lost their jobs during the BC wildfires. Emergency funding is required to support worker needs. Help give back to these workers who give so much to Canada. Donate today at mosaicbc.org.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN this morning. Tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Tonight we are learning new details about the two Israeli hostages who were just released in recent hours by Hamas. Nurit Cooper and Yocheved Lifshitz were abducted from their kibbutz along with their husbands who still remain hostages tonight. This war is being fought not on some remote battlefield, but in quiet communities where families previously grew their crops and raised their kids. Just yesterday, an Israeli soldier was killed and 3 others were injured during a raid in the area of Kibbutz Kisafim near the Gaza Strip. I was there just 24 hours before, where you can see Gaza from people's backyards. About 10 reporters were taken inside this kibbutz to see the horrific aftermath of the October 7th attack. I want to show you what we saw, but I do want to warn you that some of what you're about to see is graphic. Kibbutz Kisafim sits less than 3 miles away from the Gaza border, a quiet community where residents grow avocados and raise poultry and their families. But as the sun rose on Saturday, October 7th, the kibbutz that around 300 people called home became the site of a massacre as Hamas militants stormed inside and murdered 14 people, kidnapping 4 others. Major Marcus Sheff, a reservist in the Israel Defense Forces, watched from home as the brutal attack unfolded that day. Now he's leading a small group of foreign press into the kibbutz for the first time, wanting the world to bear witness to the atrocities firsthand.
Yeah, the shock you saw that.
after 2 weeks, we've seen the damage, and yet it's still hard to absorb the full horror.
The stench of death is thick in the air as you walk along the tree-lined streets, but if you didn't look too closely, you'd never guess that a slaughter took place here. Then you notice the bullet hole in Gina Smiatich's door. The 90-year-old grandmother, who loved gardening, was in her bathroom when Hamas militants shot her in the head. Her blood is still smeared on the entryway 2 weeks later. If you didn't look over here, it would just look like a regular home on a Saturday morning. Orange juice out, the newspaper, her mail, some cookies. When you look over here at the kitchen, you can see people have gone through it. They opened all the cabinets. There's still cups in the sink. Her kettle is still out. And Gina is one of several who was brutally murdered in her kibbutz on that Saturday morning. The Zach family lived just down the street. Parents Itai, Eddie, and their 14-year-old son Sagi were at home when the attack began. Their older children, Hadar and Tomer, were away. We reached 24-year-old Hadar on FaceTime.
What's through there? What was through that window?
This is the first time he's able to see the charred remains of his family's home.
Someone from the kibbutz told me that he opened the mamad and he found my dad laying on the ground with my dog, just watching the doors so the terrorists won't come in.
The bodies of his mother and little brother were found hugging each other in the nearby bomb shelter, where they asphyxiated after militants set their home on fire. Just days before, Sagi was dancing his heart out at a Bruno Mars concert in Tel Aviv.
I'm 24. We have 10 years between us. It's hard for me to say my little brother because it was my child.
Hadar and his sister Tomer are now orphans. His grief and his anger is palpable.
It's kind of absurd to me that you guys show me this first and not someone from Israel. You know what I mean? I love my kibbutz. My kibbutz is amazing, but the government, I have no words to describe how they support.
Just 24 hours later, in the Kisafim area, an IDF soldier is killed and 30 others wounded during a raid ahead of Israel's expected ground invasion in Gaza. An ominous warning shot of what is yet to come.
It's difficult to watch, and I do want to note that we got permission from these families to go into their homes, something that felt invasive to be there, but was so important to them and to Hadar to be able to see his house for the first time. I want to express our gratitude for them for letting us in to see their pain and to tell their stories, as well as to Major Marcus Sheff for taking us inside that kibbutz. Of course, on October 7th, there were heroes who sprung into action that day. Among them was a retired Major General in the IDF. He's here to tell his story next.
Hockey season begins with celebration. Time to celebrate again.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-608-0087. 800-608-0087.
So many hotels.
Trouble booking the family vacay? Come on. Comfort does free hot breakfast for the whole fam.
They have waffles.
And splendid pools. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
They said you can't create an app without coding. We said, why not? Today, over 10 million businesses have created apps using AppyPie's no-code platform. So you start to wonder, can I do even more without code? Like, can I create fully customizable apps, automate workflow? The answer is yes, because we are leveraging the power of AI so you can achieve exponentially more. Create AI-powered apps without coding. Visit AppyPie now.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
If sports fans built a streaming service, movies and shows, live TV, more local sports. This is your big three that crushes cable.
Andy changed the batteries in all 3 smoke detectors.
Do you shop for vitamins at Walmart? Force Factor products powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Unleash your potential with Force Factor at Walmart.
I am a big believer in super beta prostate. You'll notice less urges to urinate, and you won't be getting up at night for so many bathroom trips. I wouldn't say it if I didn't truly believe it.
We just signed the lease on our 3rd shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN. Tonight, Israel is vowing to destroy Hamas after its brutal attacks across the country on October 7th. That morning, when Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of staff of the Israel Defense Forces and a former member of Israel's parliament, realized what was going on, he didn't hesitate. He put on his uniform and he ran into danger. He's reluctant to be called a hero, but he rescued several people that day from the site of the Nova Music Festival. Earlier, I talked to Yair about what he saw when he arrived on the scene as these Hamas fighters were still attacking. This is what he told me.
All in all, I took out 6 guys out of the Nova Festival, and I can tell you that what I saw on the scene was really, really, really terrible. It was a massacre. Dozens of terrorists penetrated to the center of the festival and killed everyone. And those who managed to escape were really the minority, the lucky minority. It was, scenes that I never saw in my long history in the IDF. And I saw a lot, I can tell you, I saw a lot.
Yeah.
So it was really, really terrible. And then, I decided to stay there in the south. And the day after, I went through different kibbutzim, our special villages along the Gaza Strip. And what I saw there was, again, a massacre. Babies and women and old people, people who did nothing wrong in their life were massacred brutally.
Do you believe that Israel is prepared, that the IDF is prepared to go into Gaza right now?
It's not a matter of believing, it's a matter of knowing. The IDF is well prepared. I visited last week the troops along the border. I talked to, tanks commander, infantry leaders, and so on. Yes, we are ready. I think that the main problem today in Israel is the political echelon, unfortunately. And while it's easy to define what are the military goals of this coming campaign, unfortunately, it's very hard to define what are the political of this campaign, and therefore, you know, in ideal world, we would change the government before going to war. And I think that Benjamin Netanyahu failed so terribly that he should resign from his position as soon as possible.
I know this is all really personal for you. I want everyone to know 2 of your own sons have been mobilized. One is going to the north, one to the south. I mean, with that here, what are you thinking about that?
You know, as a parent, it's terrifying. I was not afraid, you know, in my life for the sake of my life, and I fought a lot. You know, when the adrenaline is in your blood, you feel so competent, and even when you afraid, it doesn't paralyze you. But this anxiety to the sake of your sons, this is devastating. This is it's really hard. But we have right now no other alternative. Right now we need to fight Hamas, and we need to be prepared, well prepared, for an opening of the northern front, fighting against the Hezbollah, and hopefully Hezbollah will understand that it could be, you know, a terrible mistake for him to attack Israel.
What did you say to your sons when you recognized and realized that they would be mobilized?
Well, you know, truly, we have discussed it quite a lot, and we came to the same conclusion. Right now, we have no other alternative, because this is our country. We are going to protect our citizens. We are going to fight for our sovereignty, and we are going to fight for the homeland of the Jewish people and free and democratic state. And this is, you know, a good enough reason to be determined and to be courageous and to be as good as possible concerning fighting for the destiny of Israel.
Yair Golan, I know you've said that you don't feel like your actions that day were heroic, but I think a lot of other people who have heard your story, people in Israel, they feel differently. I want to thank you for being here with me tonight.
Thank you very, very much.
Of course, what is happening in Israel has ramifications on Capitol Hill, where tonight it is day 20. Still, there is no Speaker of the House. Now, one of the new candidates has just dropped out of that race as lawmakers are meeting inside that dome there to decide who could be the next speaker. That's next.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At X-Chair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead.
X-Chair has done it again with our groundbreaking Elemax technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. X-Chair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. At X-Chair, we're gazing ahead, and from where we sit, the future still feels good. Visit xchair.com to find out how you can own an X-Chair for only $20 a month. xchair.com.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. This belt I used to wear way down at the first and second notch. It's the only thing I've kept from before losing weight, and I'm keeping this because I'm never going back.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy. I'm celebrating my clear skin my way. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin even at 5 years. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to clearer skin with Sky Rizzy, this is my moment. There's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
8 House Republicans have just finished making their case to their colleagues, hoping to become the next Republican House Speaker. The Majority Whip, Tom Emmer, is considered to be the leading candidate tonight, but he has a little bit of a Donald Trump problem. The former president claims he is staying out of the race tonight, though he did suggest maybe one candidate.
I said there's only one person that can do it all the way. You know who that is? Jesus Christ.
It might take a miracle for them to get a new House Speaker. Melanie Zanona is live on Capitol Hill. Melanie, what's the latest coming out of there tonight?
Well, Caitlin, someone is going to be the nominee tomorrow, but as we have seen before, that is no guarantee that that person is going to be able to win on the House floor, because some of the GOP's highest profile members have been unable to get it done. Now, despite that, there are still 8 candidates who are in the race. All of them made their pitch behind closed doors for the rest of the Republican conference, and at this point, Tom Emmer is seen as a potential frontrunner. He's a member of leadership. He's a House Majority Whip. He also ran the NRCC for multiple cycles, but he has had to work in recent days to tamp down expectations that he is not close enough to former President Donald Trump. So that is a potential problem for him. The other person that's in this race that we're keeping an eye on is Byron Donalds. He's a Florida Republican. He's a member of the conservative House Freedom Caucus. He also has support from the rest of the Florida delegation, but he's only a sophomore member. And so there is a lot of skepticism about whether he is ready to step into this very big job. Yet despite being 20 days now into this crisis, there is still a lot of concern in the party that they are not going to be able to quickly unify. Let's take a listen.
It's going to be very difficult. It's not good because a lot of people are going to want the mindset out there. They don't want to work with Democrats, but it might end up to be a point where that's the only way. We've got to get the government open. People are very angry.
Well, we're going to have to figure out how to get our act together. I mean, big boys and big girls have got to quit making excuses, and we just got to go get it done.
And so now that the candidate forum is over, the next steps is House Republicans are going to meet behind closed doors tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And once again, they are going to try to elect a speaker nominee. It could take a couple rounds because of so many candidates still in the race. But at this point, it is unclear if and when a floor vote is going to happen. And until they do, critical issues like funding the government, aid for Ukraine, aid for Israel, all hanging in the balance. Caitlin.
Indeed it is, Melanie Zanona, thank you. Amid all the chaos that we have been seeing in recent weeks, recent days, amid all the pain that we have witnessed overseas, there's something uplifting that will put a smile on your face. We'll show you that next.
You dream about playing for your country. Can I get a witness? On the biggest stage.
If you struggle and struggle and struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50 plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular for up to half the cost.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
We need your help. Go online, call, or scan this code to support WWF's global conservation efforts by symbolically adopting an elephant for only $12 a month. It's just 40 cents a day to protect wildlife and their habitats. Do it in the next 5 minutes, and you'll get this free adoption kit with this plush keepsake. Go online, call, or scan to help make a difference today.
They said you can't create an app without coding. We said, why not? Today, over 10 million businesses have created apps using AppyPie's no-code platform. So you start to wonder, can I do even more without code? Like, can I create fully customizable apps, automate workflow? The answer is yes, because we are leveraging the power of AI so you can achieve exponentially more. Create AI-powered apps without coding. Visit AppyPie now.
When's the last time you woke up and felt good? Like really good. As good as, well, this guy. Aura Ring helps you get enough sleep and enough steps. It also helps you manage your stress so you can see what your body really needs. Your body has a voice. It's time to start listening.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Buck. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Buck Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Buck.
Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I'm Manuraj on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Audiobook Network. Authors tell your story. Produce an audiobook with us.
Want to earn more profits and find a new audience for your published book? Produce an audiobook. We handle narration, production, and digital distribution.
800-753-8559.
In these difficult times, of course, there is always hope. The Hope is literally the name of Israel's national anthem. Hatikva is what it is in Hebrew. A few nights ago, here, a young Canadian pianist named Kevin Chin served up some of that hope at a concert at New York City's Carnegie Hall. He surprised the audience with a performance of Hatikva. Israel's official account on social media shared the footage online, thanking Chin for playing that. I want to thank you so much for joining us on this busy night here. We'll be back tomorrow night. Of course, CNN News Night with Abby Phillip starts right now.
New signs there is growing daylight between the U.S. and Israel on this war as the clock ticks on the lives of dozens of hostages and millions of civilians. That's tonight on Newsnight. And good evening, I'm Abby Phillip. 2 more female hostages are now free tonight after being released by Hamas. Both are Israeli citizens. 2 women, 79 and 85 years old, are now at a hospital in Tel Aviv after being handed over at the Rafah crossing. You'll hear from one of their daughters in a moment. But first, CNN is reporting that the U.S. has been pressing Israel to delay its invasion of Gaza to allow for the release of even more hostages. And there are some signs that Israel is getting impatient. Airstrikes have grown, troops have been amassed at the border for a week now, and verbal warnings of an impending assault from the, quote, air, ground, and sea are multiplying as these days go by. And Israel, which denied being asked by the U.S. for a delay, says it is not considering any kind of ceasefire. And there are more signs that the Biden administration has concerns. U.S. intelligence shows that Iranian-backed militias are ready to ramp up their attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East. An official telling CNN that red lights are flashing everywhere. And this apparent tension over a ground invasion is noteworthy, as we learn that the U.S. has rushed an American 3-star general, an expert in urban warfare, to help the Israelis. While the general may be able to advise on how to avoid civilian casualties, in a region that is already on fire, it does carry some risks, giving the appearance that may very well be the reality, that the U.S. is linked to the Israeli operation, no matter how it goes. And at the center of all of this, of course, are these hostages. Here is the daughter of one of the ones that was released tonight, speaking with Anderson Cooper.
When you heard the news, what went through your mind?
It's impossible to describe. My mom, I think she has a good smile. I don't know. I'm so delighted, but my heart is with, this is a small ray of light in a big story that is still unfolding. My father is there. There's so many other people. We're waiting for good news about everyone. My heart is with all my friends and loved ones and everybody else that are still hostage. I think this is a great sign that we're moving in the right direction.
Let's get straight to Anderson Cooper, who's on the ground in Tel Aviv. Anderson, what more have we learned tonight about these 2 hostages who have now been released by Hamas?
Yeah, Yocheved Lifshitz, who's 85 years old, and Nurit Cooper, no relation to me, who's 79 years old. Both were released earlier going across the southern border into Egypt, where they were then ultimately brought back to Israel. Both are in a hospital, actually, here in Tel Aviv. I spoke to Ms. Lifshitz's daughter, who was heading from an airport. I think I talked to her when she was about to board a plane at Heathrow Airport. She is flying here. She is obviously overjoyed. I also spoke to Yocheved's grandson, Daniel, who came down from Eilat, basically the kibbutz where these 2 were kidnapped from, of which Ms. Lifshitz was one of the founders back in 1957 with her husband. That kibbutz there was a huge slaughter there. Of the 400 people who were living there, about a quarter of them are either dead or missing. Many of them had been kidnapped. They're still now finding bodies of some of them. Those who survived have been relocated to Eilat, so that there's a lot of happiness in this hotel in Eilat tonight, because that's where these families and their grandson Daniel was. He has now flown here to Tel Aviv to see his grandmother. He said she looked great. They didn't go into a lot of details with her about the nature of her captivity or what she may or may not have seen. But for the family members, and frankly for everybody here, there's a lot of focus obviously on both of the husbands of these women are still being held, along with more than 200 and there's about 218 right now believed hostages currently being held, very young children. more elderly people, people who have severe life-threatening injuries and wounds, people who need medication. There is an urgent call for all of the hostages to be released. That, of course, is all in the hands of Hamas.
Yeah, and it still remains unknown, really, what methodology they're using to decide who they release and who they do not. And just on that note, I mean, there are so many other families, hundreds really, that are still waiting for any news of their loved ones who are believed to be in captivity. And you actually spoke to one of them. What did they say?
I did. This is an American couple, John Polin and Rachel Goldberg. Their son Hirsch was kidnapped. He was at the Supernova Music Festival. He was hiding in a shelter with 28 other people. Hamas came along. They threw in multiple grenades into the shelter. Many of the people in that shelter died. Hirsch, who's 23, an American, he had his left hand and part of his left arm blown off. And there's a video which I was able to get to the family last week that actually shows him being loaded by Hamas gunmen into a pickup truck along with 3 other hostages, all of whom seem to have very serious injuries and being taken away. His status is unknown, but that family has been very outspoken about the urgent need to free all these hostages, and particularly those who are wounded, those who have life-threatening conditions.
Seeing that video in general gave us a dose of optimism. As horrible as it is as a parent to see your kid under gunpoint being pushed with one arm, the composure with which he's walking on his own legs, pulling himself with his one weak hand, he's a lefty and his left arm was blown off, pulling himself with his one weak hand onto the truck, gave me a real dose of strength that he's handling a horrible situation and he's doing it with composure.
I mean, we're saying he walked out calmly, which he did, but I think it was from shock.
That video that they're talking about was a video I actually had been shown by a soldier here about a week and a half ago. And while I was interviewing that couple about a week ago live on television, I realized, as they were talking about the injury their son had, I realized I had seen this video and I had it in my possession that they had never seen before. They had no proof of life for him. So I was able to get them that video, send it to them, and it's given them a little bit of hope, because it is at least evidence that he was alive with that injury, got into a vehicle. They still do not know what his current status is.
Wow, that's really incredible. Anderson, thank you for sharing that with us, and thanks for being there.
Thanks, Abby.
2 more hostages freed tonight, but the families of hundreds of others are waiting desperately for news about their loved ones and hoping that they will be the next to come home. With me now is Ahal Besarai. His family lives in Kibbutz Be'eri, and he recently found out that his sister did not survive the attack by Hamas militants. Ahal, thank you so much for being here. When we last spoke, you had so much hope for your sister and her family. I'm so sorry to hear about your loss. How are you holding up tonight?
So I'm now back in Israel, with my family. I think it's extremely sad, a lot of pain, sorrow, grieving. Such a beautiful person, killed for, I don't know, being a Jew, being an Israeli. Just very, very sad. Yeah, sorry, please.
No, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'm so sorry to hear that. I wonder, have you been able to get any information about what happened to her and her family? She seems to have been, I guess, separated from her husband and your niece and nephew. What do you know about what happened there?
So we know nothing really, so we just know that there were 180 bodies pulled out of Kibbutz Be'eri, where I grew up with my sister, my dad and other sister live, and she just put in a bag, brought into the center, and then being identified. And now she is dead. And if I may, I wanted to talk about something over and above my own grief and pain and the pain of my family and what we experience here in Israel. I think what happened here with Hamas and this evil terrorist organization, they don't just hijack Israelis, they also hijack the Palestinian cause. And I think this does a tremendous disservice to this cause, because now calls for free Palestine or from the river to the sea actually become slogans like Ilbach El Yahud, which means murder the Jews, because they all now behind this evil ISIS-like Nazi-like organization, and they are like the ones who will free Palestine. So I think the Palestinians must separate themselves from this organization, because I think them and the progressive in the state, putting themselves behind this evil in a way makes them in a way accomplice to all this. And also, I don't think this serves the purpose of getting a state one day. I really don't. And I really hope the death of my sister and the plight that I'm going through, and it's not just me, there are many, many, many other people who are in the same situation as me, looking for loved ones and really don't know what is the situation. Your husband and 2 kids are still considered to be captured. And it's just, there's a tremendous void, that one has, when you have no information about people that you love. It's just very, very difficult.
Yeah, you make such an interesting point, and I think that's your perspective, as it relates to the Palestinian people. I do wonder, the rest of your sister's family could very well be in Gaza right now. Do you have concerns about their safety if there is a ground invasion? You were a former Navy SEAL, a ground invasion that could involve street-by-street combat, urban warfare. Are you worried for them?
Of course I'm worried. But I think I believe, that there is a chance that if there is a ground invasion, they will be released by the Israeli army. And I think, in the bigger picture, the dismantling of Hamas and the destruction of this evil Islamic radical organization should not be hindered by the plight of the hostages. It should be a parallel thing. Give some time now, because there are some chance, maybe people with dual citizenship, maybe children, maybe mothers, maybe babies will be released, because they took all of them hostages. And then after this, you need to do something about this cancer, or it will kill us. So it's difficult, but I don't think that you should forever hold a ground invasion, whatever it takes to dismantle this ISIS-like organization, and you should just deal with it as well, in parallel to trying to get out the hostages, but not at the expense.
All right.
That's my view.
That's really an interesting perspective, and we appreciate you joining us again and sharing that with us. And we continue to hope with you for the rest of your family. Ahal Besarai, thank you so much.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you.
And up next, the red lights are flashing everywhere. The new U.S. intel that shows Iranian-backed militias are ready to attack U.S. interests. Plus, I'll speak with a former Army Special Operations member about the challenges of saving those hostages we were just talking about. And former President Obama is now speaking out on this crisis, warning Israel how revenge could backfire.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
online, call, or scan this code to support WWF's global conservation efforts by symbolically adopting an elephant for only $12 a month. It's just 40 cents a day to protect wildlife and their habitats. Do it in the next 5 minutes, and you'll get this free adoption kit with this plush keepsake. Go online, call, or scan to help make a difference today.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Tonight, 2 more hostages are safely out of Gaza, but far outside of the borders of Gaza, tensions boiling in the region with new warnings over Iranian-backed groups preparing for attacks against U.S. forces in the region. And joining me now is Alex Pleitsis. He's a former member of the Army Special Operations Unit. Alex, you're a really excellent person to talk to about a whole host of things happening, but I want to start with the hostages because we've seen 2 Americans released, now 2 Israelis. Clearly Hamas is seeing some kind of strategic advantage here in releasing the hostages. What is it in your mind?
So I had responsibility for hostage rescue operations and policy at the Pentagon, and this is by far the most complicated hostage policy or hostage operation I've ever seen. There are 200 people in tunnels. Where they're located, different groups, trying to do simultaneous rescues is going to be extremely difficult, which is why we're seeing negotiations. So the drip of 2 people out and 2 people out, I think, benefits Hamas. One, the longer that they drag this out, the more focus is on the humanitarian conditions in Gaza as opposed to what happened with the 1,400 people that were murdered.
One of the other things we're learning is that these hostages were released out of the Rafah crossing right around here, right in the south of Gaza. So just a couple of things. I mean, we already understand. I'm going to go to this other map here. This is northern Gaza. This is where the Israelis have said evacuate because we're going to be really active in this area. This is Rafah all the way down here. Do you have a sense of what that tells us about where the hostages might have been, where they might have traveled to, anything like that?
Sure. So most of the other crossings are closed. The main crossing right now, and then that would be into Egypt, would be Rafah. So the Israelis have asked the citizens of northern Gaza, to include Gaza City, to move south of the green line that you've drawn there, which is Wadi Gaza. So that's about 1.1 million people, or half of the population. So Gaza itself is like an ant farm. There's somewhere between 50 to 100, not just tunnels, tunnel complexes under the ground. So the hostages are dispersed all over the place.
Yeah. One of the other factors in this is the risk of regional escalation. And the U.S. now saying that they're seeing real activity from Iran-backed militias all around the region. That has a lot of people worried. When you look at this map, this is a map of Israel's, as you know, they like to say, a very dangerous neighborhood right here, okay? So when you look at this, what do you see are the risks here for escalation?
Sure. So there's a number of risks for escalation. So right now, Hamas is sponsored by Iran in terms of being a proxy force. Iran has sponsored a number of proxies in the region for a number of years. I myself fought in the Battle of Sadr City in 2008 against the Shia-backed militias from Muqtada al-Sadr. So they've backed the militias in Iraq, inside Syria, and then in southern Lebanon with Hezbollah. So it's known as the Shia Crescent. So basically, Tehran pretty much controls foreign policy from Tehran across through Baghdad, Damascus, all the way through southern Lebanon to the Mediterranean. And then also the Houthi rebels down in Yemen, where the Saudis and the Iranians had fought a proxy war for quite some time. So each of those represents a particular risk. And the Iranians early on in the conflict had stated that if they were to be attacked directly, that they would respond with proxies from these locations. So we've seen recently in the last couple of days, we've seen 2 strategic ballistic missile launches by the Houthi rebels in Yemen that had to be taken down.
This is down here.
Yes, exactly, by U.S. Navy ships that were in the area to bring the missiles down. And then attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria, which is a message from the Iranians.
Yeah, this is what we're showing up here. This has been a really active area here, and it's gone from a question of whether this attack down here was something that was perhaps coincidental. Now we're seeing more attacks happening in the region. It's looking not coincidental at all, but more planned.
No, you're entirely right, and it's given the timing all within a matter of hours of one another, and particularly the missiles in Yemen. We haven't seen ballistic missile launches like that, and there's no way that a strategic asset would be authorized. And even if it was just Iran saying, hey guys, I'm fine with you doing what you want, there is at least some sort of tacit permission from the Iranians, if not a coordinated message to both the United States and Israel. We can reach out and touch you whenever we want, and if this ground incursion goes forward, that's the risk that you run. It's a deterrence message from the Iranians.
Yeah, similar to the U.S. sending more firepower into the region, also a deterrence force. Alex Pleitsis, thank you so much for joining us on all of that. And former President Obama now has a new warning for Israel as it readies a ground incursion, and also a plea to Americans about the dialogue around this war. Plus, fans reportedly walking out of Dave Chappelle's show after the comedian criticized Israel.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour.
What are your biggest fears? The breaking of my brain is the concern.
You think you could have picked up a gun? You're dancing.
The world's best journalists dig deeper.
I'm about to do something that I haven't done before.
Into the stories they can't ignore.
Do you ever ask why police took so long?
Go in depth every Sunday night. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper. Sunday at 8 on CNN.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
To finally lose 80 pounds and keep it off with Golo is amazing.
I've been maintaining, the weight is gone, and it's never coming back.
With Golo, I've not only kept off the weight, but I'm happier, I'm healthier, and I have a new lease on life.
Golo is the only thing that will let you lose weight and keep it off.
Who loses 138 pounds in 9 months? I did. Golo's a lifestyle change, and you make the change, and it stays off.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives. And that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
I did have hearing aids from another company. I was just frustrated. I almost gave up. With Miracle Ear, it's all about service. They're personable, they're friendly. I'm very happy with them.
We provide you with a free lifetime of aftercare, meaning free checkups, cleanings, and adjustments.
I see someone new, someone happy. It's really made a difference.
Hear the world better during our limited time Sounds of Autumn event. Call 1-800-MIRACLE to test drive our hearing aids risk-free.
With Fast Signs, brew signature flavor into every sip and sign. Fast Signs, make your statement.
NHL on TNT. This hockey season begins with celebration. Time to celebrate again, baby. Stop! I am a good zombie.
This October,
Trick or treat.
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV. Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafend, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
One Democratic lawmaker called it a weak answer, and tonight the White House is clarifying its messaging around the rise of anti-Semitism following this afternoon's press briefing. When initially asked by CNN's MJ Lee about the president's level of concern, specifically about threats against the Jewish community, the White House press secretary said this.
Look, we have not seen any credible threats. I know there's been always questions about credible threats, and so just want to make sure that that's out there. But look, Muslim and those perceived to be Muslim have endured a disproportionate number of hate-fueled attacks, and certainly President Biden understands that many of our Muslim, Arab Americans and Palestinian American loved ones and neighbors are worried about the hate being directed at their communities.
Now, there was a lot of criticism for that response to a question that started about anti-Semitism, and her answer was focused instead on anti-Muslim rhetoric. Now, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has since posted on X, to be clear, the president and our team are very concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism, especially after the horrific Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. That's why the president mobilized his Homeland Security team to address any potential threats that could harm Jewish communities, as well as Muslim, Arab American, and Palestinian American communities. And according to a new intelligence assessment put out by the Department of Homeland Security, hate crimes rooted in both anti-Semitism and in Islamophobia will surge in the U.S. as the war between Israel and Hamas intensifies. Now, former President Obama is also weighing in today, releasing a statement that underscored his support for Israel and its fight to defend its citizens from violent attacks. But he also issued a warning, reading in part, "But even as we support Israel, we should also be clear that how Israel prosecutes this fight against Hamas matters. In particular, it matters, as President Biden has repeatedly emphasized, that Israel's military strategy abides by international law, including those laws that seek to avoid, to every possible extent, the death or suffering of civilian populations." With me now is Jay Michelson. He's a columnist for Rolling Stone, and also with us here, Natasha Alford. She's a CNN political analyst. Natasha, this is really interesting from President Obama. He didn't have to do this. This is a very lengthy post, but he seemed to be offering some guidance to his own party at a time when clearly Democrats are a little riven here between the left that wants to voice more support for the Palestinian people and others who want pretty unequivocal support for Israel.
I think what you see is a president walking a tightrope, understanding that, this horrible attack by Hamas has taken innocent lives, and at the same time, the American people have been watching innocent children slaughtered, right? And they're seeing it on their phones and in real time in a way that maybe in the past they did not have that. Often the media is an intermediary, or politicians sort of create a narrative and they share that, but the American people are seeing this directly and without filter. And for that reason, you have to speak to the lives lost, because there are so many people who they may not know the intricate history of Israel and Palestine. They may not even be able to point it out on a map, but they feel that the cost is too high when they look at the people who are dying. And so politicians they cannot ignore that reality of being able to speak to the value of all lives in the situation. And so he does that in this statement, calling out the need to abide by international law, but also saying that we should not repeat the mistakes that the U.S. has made in the past when it came to 9/11. And I thought that was really remarkable, because it is highlighting that this is something that we've seen before. And we talked about Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. We've seen this play out in America because we know that this is something that we have struggled with. Hate, acceptance, this sense of all people sort of belonging and being American. So that is why it's important.
So Jay, I want you to just kind of weigh in on that, but I just want to preface it by saying that you have a pretty unique view of this as someone, you were actually a rabbi, and you're so close to the Jewish community. How, obviously, I mean, as someone has put it, Jews in America and around the world are not okay today. But what is it like to be sort of more on the left as a Jewish person right now?
Yeah, that was my article. You're Jewish, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not okay.
That was you.
My newsletter. And we're very much not okay. This whole episode is triggering not only sort of deep trauma. This was the largest number of Jews massacred since the Holocaust, but also a real sense, as you said, of alienation. Those of us who are on the sort of liberal side of the political spectrum witnessed some deafening silence on October 7th and 8th, or justifications of terrorism, where nothing, not even the justice of the Palestinian cause, which I do believe in, could justify what happened. And I think, the two statements that we just looked at kind of illustrate that it's exactly a minefield, right? Everybody's extremely sensitive.
Do you think he navigated it?
I felt the Obama statement, I actually liked the Obama statement. I noticed it was to the left of President Biden's statement. I thought that was intentional. Why is President Obama putting out a statement at all? Well, because there are perspectives that can't really go into an official White House statement, but which are important. And I think he did do that. I also did an article kind of on the international law of this issue, because I'm an attorney as well, and there's a lot of loose talk happening right now. The word genocide is getting thrown around really carelessly. Well, there's actually a definition of that term that, isn't being looked at as closely, and that actually, I think, informs the discussion. So here I felt like this was actually kind of an attempt to tone us down a little bit. Not that this isn't important, not that we shouldn't have our feelings and our political and moral commitments, but that this is not a time to jump on. I'm not with those who jumped on the White House statement, for example. It wasn't a great statement. It was kind of a mistake, but I think if we could kind of take one step back from the precipice here, just in our rhetoric, that might actually serve our values more.
One of the other things that happened recently, Dave Chappelle, the comedian, he reportedly had a walkout late last week of one of his shows after he gave his own take on this war. It was in a show in Boston. We've also seen, tech CEOs stepping down. We've seen students facing consequences, big dollar donors pulling out of universities that they once supported. There's a big debate happening about where this line is in our society between speech and other things that need to be marginalized and are not acceptable. How is this going in your view?
I mean, I don't think it's going great, right? We're already in this space where we are flooded with misinformation. There are people who are intentionally using propaganda to divide us, to make sure that we don't even have a democracy. So imagine this on an international level. Again, I said this earlier, but there's so many Americans who could not even point to you where Israel is on a map. And that's just speaking to the way that we think about our place in the world. We often don't look out at the world and care about others. But now that you have people caring, again, people watching their phones, this is a moment for education, and it speaks to the power of the media to do the right thing.
I feel like that's the understatement of the year, that when it's not going well, right? I mean, this has been a total breakdown in civil discourse in this country, and it's scrambled our usual alliances, right? So normally it's sort of aggrieved conservatives who don't like cancel culture. Those same conservatives were calling for the cancellation and firing of pro-Palestinian activists who signed a letter that I didn't love that letter, to put it mildly, but who were expressing their free speech rights. Meanwhile, on the left, where a lot of people care about safe spaces, Jews are being harassed in public spaces, in high schools, in colleges, in universities, everywhere, on the street. There's graffiti in the subway. There's street violence everywhere. A few months ago, before this conflagration, a Molotov cocktail was thrown at a temple 2 miles from my home. Now, my kid's school district is getting notes that there are not only extra cops everywhere, but Jewish schools are being closed. So this is a moment of extreme, I would just say, panic and trauma that we're going through as a society. And it's more than just not okay, because there are many who are exploiting this moment to make political points or to grandstand or something like that, and that to me is really deplorable.
Yeah. My fear is for the most innocent among us, and those are the children. I cannot get the image of Wadia, 6 years old, out of my mind. that is what we face right now if we do not tell the truth of what's happening.
Well, look, I think this is probably a moment where a lot more people who are doing a lot of talking should be doing quite a lot more listening, including listening to Jewish people who are in a lot of pain right now, and Palestinian people who are in a lot of pain right now, and creating some space for that as well. Jay Michelson, Natasha Alford, both of you, great conversation, thank you. And up next, breaking news from Capitol Hill, Republicans just got out of their audition forum for the next speaker. We'll speak with one of those lawmakers who is inside that room. Stand by for that.
Hockey season begins with celebration. Time to celebrate again.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats. When people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
When you have auto glass damage, trust Safelite. My customer really relies on his car's advanced safety system.
You're right. Can I slow down?
So when he got a cracked windshield, he turned to Safelite. We're the experts at replacing glass and recalibrating your vehicle's camera so automatic emergency braking and lane departure warning work properly to get you back on the road safely.
And that means a lot.
Schedule now.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Experience the art of high-pressure brewed coffee with the Bluff barista system. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors that satisfy your senses like never before. Inspired by French artistry and elevated by high pressure, it's a dramatically different coffee experience, complete with a kiss of velvet smooth crema. The Bluff barista coffee and espresso system, now brewing Pete's Coffee.
We have generations of lowriding in our family. We're not sworn in, we're born in. Seeing my baby girl Ava baked kuz with me reminds me exactly how I was with my pops. And that's important to me because the Serrano legacy continues.
It's really been a gift having Mom live with us. But as a nurse, my training told me she needed more help than I could provide. So I connected with a place for Mom. My senior living advisor understood our unique situation. She quickly recommended communities and set up tours. A place for Mom helped us get to a decision. And now, Mom is so well cared for.
Talk to an expert senior living advisor today at no cost to your family.
They said you can't create an app without coding. We said, why not? Today, over 10 million businesses have created apps using AppyPie's no-code platform. So you start to wonder, can I do even more without code? Like, can I create fully customizable apps, automate workflow? The answer is yes, because we are leveraging the power of AI so you can achieve exponentially more. Create AI-powered apps without coding. Visit AppyPie now.
My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I started in 2016, I would go to the post office and literally fill out each person's name on a label. And now at ShipStation, we are shipping 500 beauty boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
When's the last time you woke up and felt good? Like really good. As good as, well, this guy. Aura Ring helps you get enough sleep and enough steps. It also helps you manage your stress. So you can see if your body.
Well, I just walked in, haven't gotten off work. I'm still recording. It's about 5 hours so far. I heard something said about those who are trying to use disinformation to put a wedge between democracy and chaos in the USA, and then how worse even it is for others to use internationally misinformation, disinformation to try to draw wedges and, create all kinds of people for their side or this side, when in fact it may be full of falsehood and not goodness or whatever. Okay, let's see what this has to say. So I do want to create a song about that if I can in some way.
Trump obviously has been indicted 4 times now, and he seemed to remember this fact just an hour later in his speech.
I had a rough day at the office today, darling. I love you very much. I got indicted. And next week I'll be indicted again, and the following week again, and then again, and again, and again.
And in one of those cases, he offered up a new defense today.
I did nothing wrong at all. In fact, my boxes, it was secure, everything was good.
Just a reminder that many of these boxes, as you can see here, classified documents, they were in the public, others were found in a bathroom like this one, and more importantly, that's also not the point of the charges. He also, by the way, commented on yet another case. This time it's the civil one involving his company by, again, attacking the judge despite already being under a limited gag order.
And this radical left judge, he's a Trump-hating judge, hates Trump. He refuses to accept the appeal court's decision. So the case should be dropped immediately.
Now, an appeals court judge did not exonerate him. Instead, the judge ruled that the dissolution of his companies should be paused while that trial proceeds. But then Trump went on to compare himself to, of all people, Nelson Mandela.
We don't get scared. I'll tell you what, I don't mind being Nelson Mandela because I'm doing it for a reason.
Just a reminder, Mandela spent 27 years behind bars for taking a stand against South Africa's apartheid system. Trump also praised some of the world's strongmen, and then he mixed up his countries while doing it.
You know, I was very honored as a man. Viktor Orban, anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world. And he's the leader of, right? He's the leader of Turkey.
Viktor Orban is the leader of Hungary, and Erdogan is the leader of Turkey. Trump also today fantasized about a physical fight with his successor. He was recalling when Biden said he would have taken him out behind the gym at a high school.
I'd hit him right in that fake nose. That fake nose. They'd have plastic lying all over the floor.
Now, given his potential rematch with President Biden, it is interesting that he once again downplayed the very idea of voting.
You got to get out there and you got to watch those voters. You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. The voting, we got plenty of votes. You got to watch election night.
Now, whether that was said seriously or in jest, just keep in mind that many Republicans blamed comments just like those for their losses in 2020 and in the midterms in 2022. And Trump also, in another comment, made a riff on a new discovery that he made.
I'm for us. I'm for us. You know how you spell us, right? You spell us, U.S. I just picked that up. Has anyone ever thought of that? I just picked that up. A couple of days I'm reading and it said us. And I said, you know, if you think about it, us equals U.S. Isn't that? Now, if we say something genius, they'll never say it.
Genius or profound, whatever you want to call it. By the way, he also vowed to build an Iron Dome type system for the U.S., and he suggested that the U.S. has a single religion.
I will implement strong ideological screening of all immigrants. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you don't like our religion, which a lot of them don't, if you sympathize with jihadists, then we don't want you in our country.
And finally, and that's been a lot already, but finally on the speaker's race, Trump says that he's not endorsing this time after his last pick, Jim Jordan, failed to advance as Speaker, and he used a historical figure to illustrate just how deep of a mess the GOP is in.
I said there's only one person that can do it all the way. You know who that is? Jesus Christ. If Jesus came down and said, I want to be Speaker, he would do it.
I want to now turn to someone who was in that closed-door meeting we talked to you about earlier. That meeting just happened. He's also one of the 8 Republicans.
Well, here comes Jesus Christ. He's coming right now. He's saying, I want to be Speaker of the House. Here he comes. Jesus Christ. Here he comes, Jesus Christ. Let's make him Speaker of the House. Here he comes, Jesus Christ. He wants to be Speaker of the House. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. How would you like to have him as Speaker of the House? Oh yeah. But let's nominate Jesus. Let's nominate him, yeah. I nominate Jesus Christ for Speaker of the House. Yeah. Good idea, Donald. I like your idea. Yeah. Well, now let's nominate Jesus Christ as Speaker of the House. Let's nominate Jesus Christ as Speaker of the House. I'm sure he'll get all the 117 votes needed that anyone could get. If anyone could get him, how about him? He's the one. If anyone could get him, all 117 votes or so, well, he's the one. If Jesus Christ can't get him, well, then who else could? I'm afraid you'll be clear out of luck if he can't get him. Well, that song was by Paul Beckman, Paul the Rainbow Song, also the new and first leader of humankind in the free world. For an explanation of all that, my mainstream name, Paul Beckman, my new age name, Paul the Rainbow Song, and the utterance, also the new and first leader of humankind in the free world, please go to Internet Solutions and Songs 24-7 at Paul the Rainbow Song bio on YouTube. There, look for a playlist called Movie Song Reviews by Paulu. There, look for some videos under the category, some videos and song videos under the category of a special note. That should give you a full explanation of all that I've just described, plus more. Thank you very much. Namaste. Honor the divine in all.